1 minute to go now to begin the market on open imbalance data. Ten seconds. Market on open imbalance S&P 500, buy side 173 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 16 million, Dow 30, buy side 18 million, and Mag 7, sell side 16 million.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Seeing shares of Verizon up 3.2% after Q2 revenue and profit beat. German 10-year yields fall as much as 7.7 basis points to session low of 2.615%, set for the largest daily decline since April. So just keep an eye on the stock market here. The S&P 500 continuing to move up post the market open. No news though to back the movement up though. Of course, if there is any sort of news that has come through, we'll relay that to you as soon as we can. But again, nothing has come through.
They just ramped them to hell. I love it. Oh god, their shit's on fire.
The S&P 500 now up 0.36%, and Nasdaq continuing to move up, and now up by about 0.62%. So again, S&P 500 up by about 0.36%, and Nasdaq now up about 0.62%. So continuing to move higher. So S&P 500 and Nasdaq 100 hit intraday record.
Oh god, so fucked up. Check 1 2, mic check. Like, this is too funny. Good morning out there. How y'all doing?
Oh, well, it's me again. It's Donald J.
Just need a few minutes there. Yeah, I know these fucking, like, you know that they all shorted the fucking open too this morning. You know that they spent the entire weekend, like, they spent the entire weekend plotting and planning. God. So terrible, like. And you can tell this is you can tell that this is all like I'm gonna assume this is all being squoze. They can't win, can they? Give me a second here. Oh yeah, this weekend you guys want to hear a crazy ass story? So this weekend I had like a friend of a friend of a friend, supposedly like a DJ or something, and like the DJ ended up knowing a nightclub owner that a friend of mine, like friend of a friend of a friend kind of a stuff. And so Saturday late night, my my gang of boys, my men, wanted to go out late Saturday. I went out with these guys. Oh my god! I think a place that we went to was being raided by ICE. There was like ICE agents and like I swore these guys were security and not ICE agents. I don't know. Are they hiring people? Maybe they're like taking. Here, hold on, I'm gonna fix my glasses. Yeah, it's kind of comical here watching this. We'll see. We'll see if this rolls. It could still roll here. Just be grabbing some liquidity too. We are trading 630.02 right now. I want to see what happens at 10 a.m. Just see if they ensure this isn't the liquidity grab up here. Yeah, I was looking at the daily. Here, I'll talk to you guys about a few things. A couple seconds here. It's like daily velocity looks like it wants to roll, but weekly velocity looks extremely strong. On a 30-minute and 1-day basis, like weekly looks great. 10-year looks like shit. But this is all probably due to Jerome Powell. Second here. Some of the stuff that I read about Jerome right now is just blowing my mind. Talking about investigating the entire Federal Reserve. Like, what? Then you got Besant out there saying, well, Jerome's promising cuts by the fall, so we won't investigate him until knowing. Let me see if I can read something here to you. Well, let me get a quick second here. Break time, get rid of that. We've got I've got one report here that says gonna find this, read this. Where did I read this about Jerome? Made my eyes want to bleed. Treasury Secretary Besant suggests a review of the Fed would go beyond the current controversy over building renovations and look at its overall function. And then is quoted as saying, what we need to do is examine the entire Federal Reserve institution and whether they have been successful, he said during a CNBC interview. Well, I read something else. I read some other insano shit here, too. See if we can find it. Yeah, I'm not seeing what else I was reading. I was reading some other insane shit. Just more insano. Good morning. How are y'all doing out there? Happy Monday. Well, someone's saying they're interested in the down trade. Nice job on Alibaba, A-Lab, excuse me, not Alibaba. Nice job in A-Lab. You saw the fish last night? Hell yeah. My brother-in-law goes every year still. Let's see what here. Well, like I read someone said they're looking for the downside move today. How he left on Friday was kind of sit on your hands. You could get long for this week, but just sit on your hands and don't do much. We were in a weird place on Friday. Let's take a look at a few things here. And go to the trigger screen. Okay, so let's go bottom right for a minute. One quick second. So VIX 9-day, okay, let's start with the basics, right? VIX 9 days near a bottom. I was going to make a joke this morning on Twitter about like breaking, I don't know, Trump demands negative VIX numbers or something like that. It's kind of important where we are, though. Let's take a peek here. So this is, let's see here, February right here, February 10. And VIX started to climb. I think we rolled a week later or something like that. This is, yeah, here's 18th right here. The bottom was the 14th, I believe. 12th, 13th, 14th right here. I think this is when we were talking about putting a hedge on. Right around this zone right here. And I want to just draw your attention to where we are right now. This is, and we had some elevated volatility, but we're in the same place again. We're fairly close. Okay, now this could take some time to hammer candle and turn up, but we are kind of close to volatility. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that spot goes down. Just that you'll start to see options become more expensive, VIX products, puts, and even calls, especially if we go higher. So we're kind of close, right? You can't say we're not that close right now. As a matter of fact, VIX is now rising. It's trading, the VIX 9-day is trading $14.94. And what's squeezing right now? SPY is, right? So we have spot up this morning, or at least on VIX 9-day. I haven't looked at VIX yet, but we got spot up and VIX up right now. On the 10-year, this is rising as well. The long end of the bonds are rising. I'm assuming if I look at the 20, or the 20 this morning was up in pre-markets, and if you look at the 30-year, this is showing you that gamblers are gambling on a rate cut sooner than you'd think. And this is the 30-year right here, a little bit higher, right? You can see it right here. 4.83. 30 years not being affected as much, but TLT was this morning. The 10 years up this morning. And we do have some bill auctions earlier this week that would show that should be weaker, I would think. In the longer end of the curve, they'll price in that rate cut, and then the longer end of the curve should spike. This actually, what's kind of surprising is it would actually raise rates for homeowners. So I don't know why they want to cut rates, but at any rate, so we're squeezing higher this morning. R2 is above at 630.86. We'll see if this is a liquidity grab. And when we closed on Friday, we closed in kind of a weird place. Let me go. Oh, sorry. Let me go over here and look at this. Let's go to first. Go to a monthly. Take a peek at this together. This is kind of important to watch right here. Now we have the rest of the month, of course, right? We're still working on this month. Hold on here. It's kind of wonky right now. And what I found fascinating was that the month when we put this new monthly candle in, it should be higher, but right now it sits pretty low. It's at 573.90. And you know what these guys want, right? They want a trip. Hold on here. They want this like trip right now all the way down here. Sellers do, and then we have a bunch of weekly weeklies in here, but what we're trying to get to here is something way different than this. At any rate, all we got to do is get to the end of the month, slam up another monthly up here. I'm going to try to stabilize the market even more for a holiday rally this fall, believe it or not. I shouldn't be saying that this early, but some other things you need to look at here that are important would be not so much the daily candles. It doesn't show it as well. Let me get rid of this. Pivots. You really want to be looking at this right here. This kind of shows it a little bit better here. And what's important here, what's important to be looking at here, or demonstrates it better, is we can't get over, right? Can't get over. Can't get over. Right? And then we get right up here. Hey, we're over. This is kind of like what's important here is that you're being told no, right? This is 6,300, by the way, on SPX. And then we're able to get up and over. And that's kind of an important deal, right? You get up and over and you hold this and you're creating a poop island of sorts, right? And so this is this is where the importance is here. Is this whole trading area right here. 625 or 625.52. And you could theoretically come down a little bit lower. You could wick some damage down here. Do a little bit of damage if you wanted to. On the extreme, 620, 622.55. But in general, you want to see this hold. You want to see 627.45 hold. You want to be wicking you know, if being a bull, I don't want to see any more wicking than 625.76. That's all I want to see at most. And you want to see us above this 630, this 6,300. So let's go look at SPX this morning. And we want to talk about the island. Am I on this with you right now? Hold on, I got to move over to a different screen. And we talked about when we're breaking layers higher, or not layers, but resistance. We're breaking through a new level. So here's 620 right here. Right? See 620? You want to see that clean break up, back test and hold, and then go. And we trade this new level. That's what you want to see. You don't want to be seeing rejections. Let me go to the trigger screen. You don't want to be seeing rejections. You don't want to be seeing like we're not trading this zone, any of that kind of stuff. You want to be seeing, and where we left off on Friday. Let's look at where we left off. They kind of let us off, or left us off ambiguous. So here's let's go to a 1 hour. And you can see right here in this Friday close, they were a little ambiguous, right? We're hoping for a squeeze up into the bell to shoot us up, right? Give us that, hey, nod, we're going higher. Didn't happen here on Friday. We got a little bit of a bump higher. Like, you got the sellers, we're trying to sell. Slam, right? Fail. We wanted to see that move, though, on Friday. Where are we getting it? This morning, right? Big old squeeze higher. We'll look to now backtest and hold this this poop island above 6,300, for lack of a better word. Now, the thing that's important here is now that we've squozen up, you're going to see sellers attempt to come in and hammer this thing back down again. They're going to try. They're going to try at like 10 o'clock. They're going to try at 12 o'clock. We'll go over here. This is why I was going to wait to come on the show till like 10 or 12. See if they're going to try to sell this fucker down. And but I don't think they do until 10. It's already, now it's 10:02 right now. We'll see if they can step in again, or step in at 10 and see if they can step in at 12 and hammer this thing back down. Take a look at this. Let's put the 12 o'clock up just so we don't, oh, hold on here. That was a little bit lower. There. I already did the 12 o'clock. These are like the most important ones of the day here. $6.39, baby. And basically, if you're going to be looking to buy dips, just make sure you're buying them off the... hold on, I got a bunch of calls out there. Hold on a second. Fuck yeah, baby. So basically, you want to be buying calls off of 6,300. Maybe 62. You could try 6,250 on a wick, or 62 SPX 6,250, SPX 6,275 on a wick. But the bulls want to be holding the 630 to trade what, 640 and 6050. I don't think they're going to get the 6050, to be honest. But let's take a peek at SPX gamma this morning, because it has changed. Oh, I mean, dude, look at this stuff. Let me show you guys some of this stuff this morning. Like, this is, I wanted to see what gamma was today. And this is beautiful. Here is 630. Here's 6350. Here's 6400. And here's 6500. So this gamma looks great. This looks like a gamma that allows us to trade 6,400 like it's nobody's business. That's your new call wall. This is your theoretical top, 6,500. So this is not bearish, and this is not what a bear wants to see in any way, shape, or form. If you're a bear, you'd want to see. Hold on here, move this over. Want to see this kind of low today. Just like that. That's what you'd want to see. You want to see this like 6,500 lower. And to be honest with you, you'd want to see this 6,400 candle like down here. I actually want to see this one down here too. You'd want to see like do bears or bulls lose hope. And you'd want this be like 6,350. That's what you'd want to see as the prominent candle at most. We're not seeing that. Rein us in at 6,350, start sending us to the downside. Or you could also say that if you saw, or on here, if you saw the prominent candle is 6,400, that would work too for bears. This would be the top, not the wall, but the top. This would be the call wall right here. So we're not seeing any of those two things today. Everything looks like everybody's on board. Everybody's, I got that right? Sweep that up. This all looks structurally great for bulls. Do they get the 6,500? Probably not. Probably not. But to say trading 6,420 or, and time will matter too on this. It'll be time and price that'll matter. But this whole structure is constructed for bulls, not for bears. I'm sorry. So Gamma looking much better today than it did last week. The wall is opening for the trade up here to 6,400. Matter of fact, we're already trading 63.28. Coming up into trend right here. We'll see if they try to bring this back down. Right back down here, close that gap, and then go even higher. Gamma looking good. I like it. I like seeing it. Making me happy here. Did you sell calls? Yeah, we're gonna get some premium kicking calls too. I was talking to a guy over the weekend. I was talking to a member over the weekend, and I was like, if you want to do a put spread, I was like, do the put spread individual legs so that you can capture the spot up vol up in both legs, and then you can close the bull side and leave the bear side on whenever the market is done going up. If you're looking for that trade, he was going to open a put spread, and I was like, just do them separate legs then. That way you can actually capture the spot up side of the trade. And some of the shit that I read this week, and it was bizarre. Like I posted one of the articles Business Insider put up, and it was the famous chart of we're at the next prominent doom wall or top line trend doom shit, and I was like, oh, here we go. Yeah, I need a 36 to print, not 30. Give me one quick second. I gotta look at some more of this stuff. Oh, what happened over there? There we go. Close that. Close that. Just read some more stuff here in the background. Yeah, gamma distribution looks really good. Gamma flip is at 6170. So it continues to rise. I still have it down here though. Still have the gamma flip right down here. It's still in this wider. See here, hold on. you look down below with me, it's right here. This is the gamma flip. We're blowing it out the water. Here comes the sellers in right now.
1% session high of about 147.30 per dollar. So a reminder, last night with the news from Japan, they had Japan's PM Ashiba said he would stay on.
I'm going to check the price of puts here. Puts are dirt cheap. R3 632.23. 632.50 would be the target for me right here. I think I measured 48, right about there.
UK's PM Starmer says our fiscal rules are ironclad.
Dixie. In a few minutes here, guys. PRME. Reddit's still, yeah, I like
Extend slide 10-year at 4.35% below the 200-day moving average.
Yeah, check
Again,
a few
below the
things here.
200-day average.
Dude, look at that. Look at fucking ASPI cranked. See if they can get. They're really trying to sell this. Well, they're going to take a shot at it now and at 12. It could roll now. It's either going to roll now or at 12. I'd still like to see this 632.48 or so, like up here. No guarantee though. Watch it closely. Yeah, those are all good, all good stocks. Puts are cheap. I'm looking at them right now. If you look at 0-date puts for today, they're all in the pennies. Just check one more time. .25 delta, 629s. 629s are 34 cents. And it just goes down from there, 21, 14, 10, 8. Yeah, now they're posting the fear and greed index everywhere. I got a few things I got to do here, guys. Hold on.
Five minutes to go now to get the Bank of Canada Business Outlook Survey.
There we go. I'm going to blow these fucking bears out. Right here. Hot stocks? Go to hot stocks. This is going to rip their faces off. I'm looking at the monthly candle right now. Like I tried to show like a chart of monthly returns. A couple different charts I showed last week of monthly returns, and like the market has catch up to do. One of the best monthly returns period is July for tech. We're way, way under. Way, 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 way under. Let's check this really quick. Or where's SPY right now? No, SPY is pretty much in line right now. It's 2.42% for the month. That's not bad. That's on average too. Now that counts for bear months. So I bet if you did it, I bet if you did it like X bear, like bear years or bear markets, I bet you it's even much higher. Week. Check this. Hang tight, guys. I got VolWiz checking in. All right. Hold on here. I got something for you guys. I'm looking at the it looks like you're on mute. No, maybe not, maybe you're not on mute now. Say something, just test the audio, Vol.
Okay, it's me.
Yeah, I can hear you now, brother. So Volatility was joining us this morning. If you don't follow him already, he's on Twitter. Look him up, VOL WIZ, or Volatility Wiz, at Volatility Wiz.
Business Outlook Survey.
He's driving right now back from vacation. Everybody's still on vacation. I don't know if you all, maybe you're not on vacation watching the show, but most of the market is still straggling in from vacation. Vol, so Friday we were closing, and we didn't know what the final numbers would be for this morning for Gamma, dude. But I was looking at Gamma this morning. It's like perfectly aligned to trade 6,400. Like each bar is like perfect to trade 6,400. The bulls couldn't ask for a better Gamma map, in my view, because they got Gamma all the way up to 6,500. There's a huge bar at 65. The next lowest bar is 64. Then 63 is blown wide open. So like 6,400 is on the table. It's there. Buyers and
nobody around to really step on it because right.
There's nobody to step on it, dude.
Yeah.
There's nobody to step on it, dude. There's nobody. There's nobody, dude. And it's kind of ugly, like the Gamma map looks beautiful. All these like CTAs, vol control funds, asset managers, right? They're buyers in all scenarios, and they don't even become non-buyers unless it's. I think it was under 6,000 last week. It might be slightly higher now. Six. Let me see if I can see here. If they were no longer buyers below 6170.
Just talking to a buddy I had as a guest, like at playing golf, like from Monterey, right? And he's like, I trade for him, and he's like 70 years old, and he has like almost all of his money in like stocks, right?
Yeah.
So like people when they get older now, they don't get conservative. They don't buy bonds or anything. They're all in stocks, and they're all in the same stocks, right? So like if you're an investment manager right now, like you just don't even look at the financial statements anymore because they don't matter.
They don't even bother.
You just have to buy what everyone. Yeah.
My my spooze friends, dude. Any major low in spring and fall, they buy it and they just don't even look. They don't even care.
Yeah.
Just buy.
Like I learned in going to Bentley College for accounting, and then grad school, right? MBA, whatever. All that stuff is just like it's useless right now. If you're actually just in the markets, it's useless.
Yeah. Buy the fucking dip, right? And in this weekend, man, they were like, I was reading shit on they were throwing the kitchen sink at the news. Like Business Insider did this like really fucked up, like this is the top of the key for the whole entire market going back to the fucking when
Tom DeMark comes out and says it's like a 14 number or whatever the hell, I go like he almost never is right. There's always more upside when he says that.
Right? They were like, this is the top of the this was the top of the 2000 tech bubble. Like right now, right where we are, inflation adjusted S&P 500. I'm like, nobody fucking cares about that stuff, and we're printing money. Like,
yeah. So tell me about the Netflix reaction. It was like negative, right? Even though they raised everything, right?
Yeah, no, Netflix. Well, that's their counterpoint right now, which is, all these tech companies are reporting all at the same time. It's concentration of tech reporting. This is the first time in history where their expected returns are, or their expected moves are like 3-4% or whatever. I think it's like 4.5, 4.8. So they were like, sell everything. And they sold Netflix too. Actually, they hit their upside target in Netflix with an auto sell on it, which kind of made sense. They actually hit their upside target in after hours, but they immediately sold right out of it. Just took the money and bounced off to the next one. But they did that with financials too. But that's like a usual financial thing, right? Like all the banks take the money and run, come back, buy the dip, and then next week you get a print.
Yeah. I mean, every JP Morgan goes down no matter what they say. That's
right.
The first move, every time. But it often bounces back now. But whatever.
Look at Netflix right now. It looks like it wants to come back right now this morning. It looks like it's great. It's primed and ready to run. Like literally right now, it's ready to go.
Because nobody's selling that thing. Like, who wants to sell that thing?
No.
There's no narrative to sell it.
I heard someone said to me, "Who wants to buy Netflix? It's too pricey." You could make an argument for that. Split the stonk, make it cheaper so that creates more interest.
Why they haven't split is like I don't really understand that.
Yeah, they're not Amazon. They're like trying to get the street cred for the price. Like we deserve that you trade this at this level. It should be. That's a little absurd. $1,300 or $1,200. It was 13 on the high. It was 1347. But it looks like it's being bought right now. Like this morning, it looks like it's being bought. Looks like it's ready to go. And it did hit $1,308 in pre-market. So murder all the call side and then swing back up there and trade it one more time. A beer's probably listening to this right now.
Stock.
Is it?
It sucks. It sucks. The options in there suck. Yeah, it sucks. Like the bid asks are like terrible. It's like doesn't do enough volume. It's like it sucks. in general.
Yeah, you can't. I don't
They
think.
never do it.
I don't think you can argue with. Oh, hold on here. Nope. Hold on a second here. Hang tight a second. I gotta do something here. I gotta take some calls off here. Hold on. I'm getting close. So what's your like? Do you think that there's even a chance for a corrective move this late summer or no? You think we're getting close or no?
I'm sort of, I was thinking about, so here's how I look at it, right? If
Hold on a second. I'm gonna hang up and call you back. I think I lost you there for a minute. I'm gonna hang up and call you right back. Hello?
yeah,
Yeah, I'm still losing you. Let me try it again. Hold on. Let me just. Hold on. All right, try that one more time. One more time. Shit, I lost him. Call him back. Hola? Looks like he's here, but now he's not talking.
hold up.
All right, I got you. You're back.
Cool.
Nice. That's a good connection.
Oh, I'm in a terrible place. Like I'm right at the bridge, and so yeah, it on the Cape.
Yeah.
Like it's brutal here.
I'm gonna be seeing you soon. I'm gonna be out there. Yeah, I'm gonna be out there for Labor Day.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, I can't wait.
You know that school starts here before Labor Day, so like
College week, bro.
yeah. So
Do your
I'll
do your
definitely
kids
go.
when do your kids start school?
Like probably like last year was like the 28th or something,
Yeah,
August.
my youngest starts early this year too.
But obviously, I'll see you if you're here for sure.
I can't wait.
Are we on right now?
Yeah, we're on.
Oh, cool. I mean, we're just having a chat like it was like a phone call.
We are. Do you think this is a? Do you think? Let me ask you a question. Do you think this is a liquidity grab?
I don't know what that even means.
Me neither.
But like what? So being, unplugged for like the last 2 trading days, which is essentially what it was, right? So
Yeah.
Thursday, Friday, right?
Yeah.
Was meaningless. I was so glad. So I've been like still going like until I see coin and hood and crypto like show some weakness. Like I can't buy index volatility. It's just too early still. So I'm like, and it's frustrating. So, but I've been through so many Julys.
Dude, VIX 9-day is moving right now, dude. VIX 9-day is cranking right now.
What is it?
It
16?
so it bottomed in its February 14th low. It's a slightly higher, maybe. So the 14th, the February 14th low on VIX 9-day was $11.66. Right, so it bottomed this morning at 12.71. It's now cranking, trading $15.
Yeah, but it's a Monday.
It is a Monday, and dude, I'm telling you, these fucking sellers, man, over the weekend, they were like, "This is it. That's the top. We're fucking big red candle Monday morning, straight down to the depths of hell."
No, it doesn't happen like that. A lot of times, like, okay, you could unclutch up, and a lot of times, like, the market will do nothing, and then it's Tuesday or whatever, like, it, starts to fade. But, like, yeah, until I see, like,
I'm losing you again.
I really,
A little bit, but well, all right. So let me go on a different topic. Or same
time.
time.
You when I get through this. Let me call you when I.
Yeah, all right. Call me back when you get through it.
Call you when I get through this stuff. Like
All
this
right.
area right here is just terrible.
No worries. Later. All right, we'll come back to VolWiz. Oh God, being a bear, it's just not easy. It's just not easy for a bear out there. We don't have a lot of time left. Like today is I mean, if we had made it on the front end, I would say we could sell it if we made it in the front end of July, but we haven't made shit this month. Like the indexes haven't outperformed at all. That means we're gonna clean this bad boy up in the end of month, doesn't it? SPY now, sellers trying to come in once more to roll this thing to the downside. We're looking to see if we can get up into 632 and some change before the real roll. Let's see if we can buy another dip over here before the roll actually takes place. We'll try to get Scott back on the show here in just a minute. Put that bad boy down there. Are you going to be out there, Captain Dougals? Are you going to be out in Boston? You want to hook up, man? If you're out there, I'll be out in Boston. My oldest is going to UMass. Oh, no kidding, man. Let's hang out. Let's get together. You want to do a meetup? So I got to drop my daughter off to college. A lot of stuff has changed, I guess, from when I went to college. It used to be a bigger deal. Now they got Amazon, right? So you just give them a gift card and say, outfit your dorm or something. You're visiting family? All right, cool. I'm down to hook up. I'll get my daughter's itinerary and find out like where and what I need to do and be there for. So I'm gonna drop her off, and then we can go play golf down the Cape or something if you want, or we can go meet up in the city. I love Boston, great town. We can eat, we can do whatever you want. I'll do anything. I'll go surfing in a 5 mil swimsuit or a wetsuit. I'll do anything. Anything that'll beat my body up and have a good time. All right, I'll find out my daughter's schedule and we'll see if we can do a meetup in Boston. I'm down for that. Definitely. I'll post something. I was gonna drive. Like originally, we're gonna drive there, do like the whole traditional thing, like grab the kids. I was gonna grab the kids, grab the wife, and do like this big like we're going to drive across the country and go to Washington, D.C. and check out the Liberty Bell in Philly and get beaten up and eat Philly cheesesteaks and all that kind of stuff. And, oh, dude, Maddie, come on. If anybody wants to come out there, I'll get it like a day or a date that we can all get together and hook up. Boston's a good time. I have an uncle that was a big shot for Prudential for a long time. Maybe we could get a tour. One of the I'll put some calls in and see who I know. Oh, no kidding. It's your first time there? You're gonna have a blast. Boston's a kick-ass city. It's a lot of fun. Revenge trade. It's a liquidity grab, bro. It's because everybody's short and they're all getting squeezed out. All the hedge funds are mad right now. You can buy another dip in here. You're in Western Mass? Like how far Western Mass? Like Fitchburg? Is it Fitchburg? Leominster, maybe? I don't know. I can't remember. Were you in Worcester? Where you in Worcester? Where are you at out Western Mass? Topsfield? How far western? Like UMass Amherst? Shrewsbury? Oh, just past the Dirty Berg and Gardner? I know where that is. When I used to live in Boston, I used to remember people like, oh, I had to drive all the way out in Western Mass. It was terrible. And then I started living out in the West, and like people drive 4 hours to be local still. Not 4, about 3.5 is normal. All right, hold on a second here. One quick second here. I'm still like the Dirty Berg. That's what VolWiz keeps saying is that there's nobody to sell the market. Markets on cruise control until everybody gets back to town. What am I missing there? Wait a minute here. What am I missing here? I think that's a daily. That's a weekly. I tend to agree with VolWiz on that stuff when it's like the summer trade, and the way that 4th of July worked out this year. Just a quick peek here. Yeah, look at this. These daily gaps are being bought by that one, but this one. You could see it on Vixpiration. That wick on Vixpiration was the tell. That means we go up. That 4-hour candle sweep down there. Even the 4 hours got a wick. Even the 4 hours got a wick of Destiny on it. Check the 1 hour here. Buy everything. Jay Massey, who's that? I think I got caught in a ice raid this weekend. I don't know who Jay Massey is. I'm looking him up right now. Who's this guy? No idea who he is. Yeah, I haven't seen Chase at all. Oh, there's Chase is here. Hold on, Chase. I'm going to switch to the multi-stream so I can see your chat. Sorry, brother. Dinosaur Jr. frontman, also from Mass. Dinosaur Jr. I'm trying to. So the people that I knew from Massachusetts were. I actually went to. This is going to date me. I was on the young end of this, okay. But I did go. I did hang out with Mark Wahlberg. Some of the new kids on the block, I knew them. Who else? A few others. But what they did was they went to the same summer camp as I did. We're all from Jamaica Plain, Roxbury, Dorchester, Roslindale, JP. If you know any of those places in the city, and I did go to school with some or not. I didn't go to school with those guys, but I did hang out with them all summer. We were in the same summer camp. Yeah, I was in the funky bunch. I really wasn't. They'd be on the same bus with me as we went to places and stuff like that. Those guys had those guys were like a rap group when I was young. And then they like switched to boy band and then they disappeared. Nobody really thought much about those guys when I was a kid. They knew what they were doing and they were cool kids. They weren't like, nobody didn't like them or anything. They just really weren't, they didn't catch on, I guess, with whatever they were trying to do. And then they caught on with the boy band stuff. Then they were gone and they like became famous and everybody was like, holy shit, these guys are super famous now. Which was kind of wild, of course. Let's see if we can buy another dip here. That's all we're doing. See if they try to roll this bad boy down. There's one more red bar up there. All right, I got Chase on here now. Chase, what are you doing? Chase, was today the day? Was today supposed to be the roll day? Dude, the gamma map does not look good. Like net gamma does not look good for Bears here. I don't see it, man. Part of the funky bunch. Well, I'm trying to think of who else I knew that was famous from Boston. I'd have to think back of if I knew any famous people. I don't recall. Most famous people I met were in the West. Hanging out in the West, not in the East. Dinosaur Jr. I do have a cousin that was like kind of semi-famous rocker guy. I'll have to ask him. One more little like liquidation grab. Let's go. There's a little gap down below here. Yeah, I never met too many famous people in Boston. Most of the famous people I've met so it's weird. I lived in LA, right? And I would see famous people if I was doing something. I don't know, getting tacos or some shit. That's actually a true story. Like grabbing like tacos at nighttime or a hamburger or something. I would do some fucking nefarious shit though. I had a buddy who was a fashion photographer, and he had a bunch of high price gear and stuff like that. So he used to sneak us into industry events in LA. This is back before there were influencers. So what we would do is we'd go to like a premiere in like West LA, or not West LA, like West Hollywood and stuff like that. I think it was Hollywood. Mostly like Hollywood or West Hollywood, either of those two places. Anyways, what we would do is this. I like to surf and ski, and so I had a bunch of like like NorCal stuff and ski apparel and things like that. And I kind of looked like a skier, like that kind of a guy. So what we would do, this is true. This is the advent of cell phones, but not quite influencer yet. But there were influencers. How you could tell is like a lot of porn stars would come out and stuff. I don't know why I bring that up, but they were always there. So what we'd do is we'd dress up like we were bros, and our photographer buddy would know about these red carpet-ish. They weren't like top tier red carpet premieres, but they were premieres. So we would show up early, and we would start walking through the line, and we would have our photog friend recognize us and start taking our photo. And we would get into some of these events. They would like whisk us through the line. They would like come find us in the line and walk us through, so that the photog, once one photog starts taking your photo, other photogs would take your photo, not care if they knew who you were or not. They didn't care. We got to get his photo because this guy is getting his photo. So they would come grab you and bring you into the premiere. And they were always kind of fucked up. It was like, who's who and who are you and this and that. But we'd go in and hobnob and just say that we were snowboarders or skiers or whatever. We were like pro skiers and pro snowboarders showing up to the event. And we actually did get in. No. Anyone I met in LA, they were really standoffish. But when I lived in mountain towns, they were not. So I like hung out in a ski town or something like that. I think maybe they felt secure or let their guard down or whatever. But I met more, like normally met more famous people there, and could hang out with them sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes, yeah. I got hang out with them in those mountain towns. As soon as they were out of LA, it seemed like they were more easy to meet without being like, hey man, I know who you are, and that kind of stupid shit. I'm trying to roll it again right now. It's true. Truly did that shit. All right, this one's gone right now. See if they can close this gap or if we're done here. Haven't quite given up the hour yet. That's at 6:30:57. Just want to see if this can hold. 6:30:57. We can get a little. We can catch a little bit of downside if it holds. Continue the upside. This is your 1 hour candle right here. You went to see Mark Wahlberg in Flight Risk? God, I can't believe that stuff. I didn't quite know, like, Bobby Brown, I didn't know him. I had friends that said they knew him, but I never met him. I never met New Edition, any of those guys from New Edition. I think was Boyz II Men from Boston. Can't recall. I don't know if they were from Philadelphia or if they were from, I think they were from Boston. I think they're from Cambridge. But I can't remember. This is all off the top of my head. I had like heard stories of Oh, you know who I did meet a couple times? I met a few people on Nantucket and Martha's Vineyard a few times. A few of the old school rockers I'd met out there. I'd met some famous people on the Vineyard, or I'd seen them. I'd had lunch and saw them sitting across from me or something. Okay, so we got SPY here. Nice little fucking squeeze higher. Can they roll it? Were they from Philadelphia? Yeah, I couldn't remember. Couldn't remember if New Edition was that Belle Biv DeVoe or is that New Edition? Where was New Edition from? No, they were born in Roxbury. Did you tell me they were from no, New Edition was from Roxbury. New Edition originated in Roxbury neighborhood of Boston, Massachusetts. Group was formed in 1978 by Ricky Bell, Michael Bivins. And I think Michael Bivins went on to do. Let me see. What did Michael Bivins do? Ronnie DeVoe. He was the founding member of New Edition and Belle Biv DeVoe, so I was slightly wrong there too. These guys were all older than me, though. These guys were way older than me. Says Michael Bivins is 56 years old, so he's like a decade older than me. I heard stories about those guys, but I never met them. Let's get long again. Let's beat this thing up. Trying to trade 672.50 right here. 48. Yeah, I thought they were from Philadelphia too. They aren't. They're from Boston. Or maybe some of their members are. I used to know a famous well, I should say I used to know a bunch of famous DJs. But I used to hang out with one of them in particular. He would come to town and do a show, and he'd hang out with me. He always told me weird things like people would look at him like a famous person and not just someone to hang out with, and so he was always bored. Let's see if we can make this go up. And I met him one night on the street, just chatting with him, and I was like, next time you're in town, man, give me a call. And he did. He did a show, and then we hung out and we went dancing and partying and stuff. That's a true story too. A little bit of a gap down here. Nothing from Financial Juice this morning. They're just posting a bunch of bear shit. Extreme greed. I'm just going to read some of this stuff to you guys this morning. Simon White, Bloomberg macro strategist. Leading data is rolling over with greater momentum, signaling the U.S. is entering a cyclical slowdown. As coincident data starts to register this through the rest of the year, it will give the typically more growth-focused Federal Reserve to reserve cover to cut rates. No matter how the drama of the successor to the bank's chair plays out, I agree with this statement. Later today, we'll get the June update to the conference board's leading index. It has started to roll over, and as is clear from the charts below, it does a very good job of leading the ups and downs of growth in the U.S. by about 6 months. And this is the leading index is not a market mover, as all the constituents for the month are already known. Nonetheless, given the empirically strong record of leading data, it's always been puzzling why the market does not put more store in leading economic data in general. For sure, there's less useful for short-term traders, say with less than 3 months horizon, and the Fed itself officially reacts to lagging data, i.e. inflation and unemployment. But for anyone else interested in the medium and longer-term trajectory economy, the signal from reliable leading data cuts through much of the noise from other data and policymakers. The only major positive influence in the leading index at the moment is the stock market. That, in my view, is its main flaw, given it muddies the waters if you're actually trying to discern whether the market is pricing in what the leading data is saying. And also, the stock market is itself a dubious leading indicator. Consumer expectations, manufacturing, new orders, building permits are all becoming a data drag on the conference board's index. The downturn in my own leading index, which does not include market inputs, is turning down more sharply. The rates market has generally become more dovish as White House pressure for an early exit for Powell mounts. The Fed meeting in June 2026, the first for Powell's successor, if he does not leave early, has seen more prospective cuts added than meetings over the last couple months. I think most people are in agreement with that. Not necessarily that the June 2026 cuts will definitely happen, but we'll be closer to the environment of needing those cuts to happen. The rates, let me just go through some more of this here. If it wasn't for inflationary impact of tariffs, Powell would likely have already been happy to cut rates. There's still, top line, Powell cannot cut rates because there's no deal. We don't know if we're at 10%, 15, 20, 25. And not only that, we have inflation creeping into the market right now that is not tariff induced. So we have to deal with that too. We have like natural bottoming and inflation happening currently, which would mean that you wouldn't cut. Theoretically, you wouldn't cut until you'd actually raise rates to stem demand and then cut into the damage that's done. If it wasn't for inflationary impact tariffs, Powell would likely have already cut rates, but the economy is set to be visibly slowing enough in the next few months such that no matter who is the chair at that stage, they will be able to please the president without seen to appease him. I can agree with that. I can get down with that. It's hard for Powell to cut right now. None of the data suggests that he should cut right now. Maybe you could do 25 BPS if that's to appease the president. I saw some talk about that over the weekend, like handing him a 25 BPS and make him feel good. We have a Powell presser tomorrow in the morning, which will be interesting. I'll make sure that's still scheduled. Let's check it real quick. Make sure none of this has been canceled yet. But we've got 2 auctions today. We had the 3-month bill auction at 11:30, which is in 25 or so minutes. 6-month bill auction We should get a reaction out of that because of the reaction in TLT this morning. We have Fed Chair Powell, though, speaks tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. That'll be an interesting conversation. Just take a peek at this here. It says the note with it says most Fed officials considered a reduction in the Fed funds rate likely to be appropriate at some point this year, knowing that upward pressure on inflation from tariffs may be temporary or modest. That medium and longer term inflation expectations have remained well anchored, or that some weakening of economic activity and labor market conditions could occur. Minutes from the last FOMC in June showed. However, while a few participants suggest that a rate cut could occur as early as next meeting, other argues that no reduction should take place this year. Meanwhile, policymakers highlighted that uncertainty about the outlook was elevated due to trade policy, other government policies, and geopolitical risk, but that overall uncertainty had diminished since the previous meeting. The Fed left the federal funds rate unchanged for a fourth consecutive meeting in June as it waits for more clarity in the outlook for inflation and economic activity. I don't know, man. Like those last inflation reports are saying no cuts. The market's on a high right now. We're at all-time highs right now, and you want a rate cut. I don't know. Don't know if I can agree with that. Not quite yet. Yeah, if you read anything about from Wolf Richter, even he's like, Wolf has clearly stated the Fed should not cut right now. There should be no cuts. He's a pretty straight shooter. That guy, he'll shit on Republicans, Democrats. He doesn't care. But he's talking about inflation already rearing its ugly head. That's not durable goods. It's services. We can all feel it. I feel it. You feel it. We all feel it everywhere. It's there. It's underneath the surface. You don't get rid of that by cutting rates. And the market's on all-time highs right now. Oh, there goes Netflix. Netflix popping right now. Call side's got 631 priced in. That's it. 632 is only 24 cents. They're saying we're not going up here. They're saying we're going to roll early. $6.22s are only 26 cents. They're dirt cheap. So you can pick some of these up. We just got a high tick there, I think. We're short a penny. Yeah, I don't think he should cut. The market's good. It's nice to see the market with higher rates and the market being on a high, too. We haven't been in this environment for a while. Watch out for a squeeze up here to 632 and change. 632.48.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $3.2 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $2.8 billion.
Still waiting for the penny. Netflix ripping right now. Netflix coming back in right now to retest the prior high. See if it rolls or if it breaks out. It is at equal highs right now. A revenge trade, Netflix to the downside. This might be top. We're close. No penny up here. Looking for like a new, at least one, a little bit higher here. Not getting it. Have a couple auctions coming. We'll see if they can roll this to the downside or not. Joe for a pullback here. Netflix traded 12.2243. It's looking for another pullback. No new high over here. Let's check NQ. Close. NQ needs to hold 2376, or excuse me, 23,376. I think that's 630.57 on SPY. It's close. That may be higher. Get rid of that. It's this one right here.
Ten minutes away from the bottom of the hour, we get the 3-month bill auction and 6-month bill auctions. 3-month for the US looking to sell $82 billion, and the US is looking to sell $73 billion of 6-month bills. Prior high yield for the 3-month of 4.245%, and prior bid cover of 3.1. 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.125%, and prior bid cover of 3.1.
Just watching NQ here. NQ turning around to the upside right now. 1 minute turning up right now. Seven minutes until the auction. $6,330. Yeah, we're above 6,325. Next target is 6,350.
Five minutes ago to get the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data. Prior high yield for the 3-month 4.245%, prior bid cover of 3.1, and 6-month bill prior high yield of 4.125% with a prior bid cover of 3.1.
SPX Gamma wicking on an hour right now. SPY with the new high. Going in for a new ATH. Oh. Four minutes left. Here comes the pain. We'll just have a little pain indicator here. We'll just keep moving the pain indicator whenever we touch it. We'll let out a moan every time we touch the pain indicator. One, two, three, four, five. One more. So we can get one more out of this. One more pump here. Nice to get one more. One, two, three. That ain't three. 5.
Surely expecting the 3-month and 6-month bill auction data.
Almost there. Netflix made a new high too. Oh God, there it goes. Oh God. Oh God, there's the pain. Oh no. Oh God, taking all their money away from them like it's like take money from candy from kids. Oh. 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 Oh, pain. Oh. 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 Humada. Oh God, pain. Oh, here comes the pain some more. More pain. So bad. I feel so bad. We'll just keep moving the pain up till we get there.
US 3-month bill high yield of 4.240% and a bid cover of 2.98.
I think I've got 630 to 48 somewhere in there.
1.15%, bid cover of 3.060%. So the US selling $25 billion of 3-month bills at a high rate of 4.240%, awarding 25.24% of bids at high. And the US selling $76 billion of 6-month bills at a high rate of 4.1
Is Tesla really fucking down right now?
0% of its high.
What the fuck is wrong with Tesla? I think I might want to get long Reddit again here. Hold on. I know Tesla's going to roll, but because they sold 338. God, these fucking guys don't ever fucking quit. That could have been top on Tesla. Let me just see where I had Tesla at. They keep getting pounded down. I had Tesla going to 340, 348 and then rolling. They got taken down at 338. They're still on trend right now, so I'm not bearish on Tesla. Let's just see if we can keep grinding here to the upside. Let me just check Reddit really quick too. Reddit's still sitting on their hourly trigger. I think Reddit can go down to 143.18 maybe. Yeah, keep doing it. Keep fucking paying these assholes. Oh yeah, pound them, pound them, pound them, pound them, pound them. I gotta think about closing soon here. Nope. I don't know what that was. Ooh. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hit him again. Hit him again. More pain. Oh yeah, pain. Bring this one up here. Oh yeah. Hit him with the pain. Hit him with more pain right there. Well, fucking at this rate, we'll print like 640 like today. For Reddit, I have rules. I've been asked that question twice this morning, so I got a whole bunch of rules. Hang tight there. I'll read them to you if you want. So, let me get them for you. So I don't trade spec growth like most of you guys trade spec growth. Hang tight here. So I have rules for trading spec growth. I got a litany of them. I only post a little bit of them, but I have a bunch of them written out for you. So for like spec growth, Reddit spec growth. What I like about these companies is we start with them at the beginning of a bull run and try to identify them throughout the course of a bull run. And I'm always looking for spec growth that's recently IPO'd. I also like that they have good fundamentals, that they make something. They're not promising something. They don't have a ton of debt. They make something real and tangible, which Reddit does. They've got content right on a website. And they haven't monetized a bunch of that website yet. They are, but they haven't done what they're going to do. So their fundamentals are outstanding. And then I prefer to buy and hold them, and then sell options against them on pullbacks when I call them out. So, and I've got a bunch of stuff in there as to my rules and price targets and stuff like that. High multiples. High multiples. I leave that more up to you as the trader. Specifically for these picks, I normally leave them up to the trader for targets, mostly because they're like buy and holds for years until the bull market is over, or we start losing the daily trigger. You get out, of course. We should talk more about this. I've talked about this in the past, but what's the easiest way to do this? When you're in a bull market, right? You're trading spec growth is, if it's price, hourly trigger, daily trigger, weekly trigger, monthly trigger, if you have them. Any pullbacks to daily trigger, you buy them. Any major corrections and market's weak, you buy them, and you just add, and you just add, and you just add, and you stay long the entire bull run as long as they're holding those triggers to go up high multiples. And I think Reddit's a buy and hold for me. So any chance to get, you buy it. Any major market correction, you buy it. Reddit's not going anywhere for nobody. I think it's way underpriced. And it looks good right now. If you look at it trend-wise, let's take a peek at it really quick. So price tariff Reddit, thousands of dollars. Thousands and thousands of dollars, more than likely. So I don't look at the spec growth. I don't think I look at spec growth like I look at SPY, let's say. I look at it like accumulate the lows on consolidation as they IPO. I got a bunch of other rules, like if we open up in a high in an IPO, these days, normally IPOs are overpriced. So what they do is they get sold down to the depths of hell. You wait for that to happen while you're in a bull market, scoop them up and start accumulating, and you hold them through the entire bull market. And I make sure that they're doing a real product. Other traders like the promise of stuff like, hey, we're in the AI trade and we're making something that's bullshit. Nobody cares. We're gonna run it up anyways. But I don't think Reddit's that company. They have real sales and real product that they sell. So I like this company. Yeah, high multiples. As long as we're in a bull run. Yeah, high multiples. Let's take a look at them really quick. Right off IPO, they sold, or they bought them right off IPO at $40. That's cheap. They came down and traded sub 100 for a corrective move. They closed the gap down at $83. They then squoze again and traded. They closed another gap higher. Let's go take a look at them together. Give me 1 second here. I would say, as this is Reddit, I would say that as long as it's in a bull market, we're in a bull market. Reddit should have IPO'd a decade ago and didn't. They had this gap left behind. They closed that up like it was nobody's business. Right? They've already traded $200. They closed the gap down below over here. They then just came back and closed this gap above right here. Right? So let's think about like trading rules. Let's think about the website where I have videos that tell you when to buy and sell, right? Using triggers and velocity, right? So you've got this up, down, move over here, close that gap up there, take out this gap right here, take out that gap, and then we just took out a gap again, right? So we're closing gaps everywhere on this stock ticker. We have one more gap left lower at 121. Remember here we've got like low, higher, low accumulation. You could make the argument. You could make the argument to buy this dip down below here, right here, right? 118, 120 bucks, nice and clean. But we have the daily trigger that is breaking higher, right? We have a bullish cross on a daily trigger. What happened the last time that happened? You want to see? Went from $60 to $230. Have I told you that back then? You would have said, no, you're out of your mind. So we are coming into some market weakness soon, or expected, like seasonal weakness, high volatility, that kind of stuff. This is a classic setup right here. You can see it, right? Get your down move over here. You get your up move over here. That's your impulse wave, right? So we got 1, right? 2, 3 here, right? 4, and then 5. So you'd expect one more pump, and then at least 1, 2, 3 down to close this one over here. So I think the same thing persists, which is you buy pullbacks, and any kind of market weakness. Let's say it's mid-September. Worst case scenario, let's say September 15th. You got this prior high right here you want to take out. You can see it right here. All right, you want to see that get taken out at least. Then maybe come down and close this one over here. All right, then we're going way up. So I guess that this depends upon your. This depends upon what you're looking for. Matter of fact, I want that to go higher. So something like that. But I still think this thing's got legs into. I still think this thing's got legs into end of year, maybe even February, March. And you catch your equal highs just like this. Here's your bat wing, right? You know, bat wings, W. You always hear us talk about that stuff around here. You could argue that maybe we close this little gap right here and fail it. Price target, how about 221? This is worst case scenario too, not, this isn't like, this is worst case scenario, not early. So time or price, 220. It's trading 147 right now. Put some leaps on, some spreads, that kind of stuff, and accumulate every dip that you can. Just have one more look at this. Have an even bigger one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's even more can be had here. The daily looks great. I would say like time frame matters. And look at this accumulation here on a weekly basis. I'm pretty fucking bullish on this stock. All they got to do is come out with something stupid, and it's going to go vertical. All they got to do is call it something that someone wants to buy on that website, and it's gone, ripping. So I like it. Sell puts. Make easy money. Does that work for Reddit? What's going on with my stream here? No, I just saw that there was someone asking Ark. I was hoping he was still here. Arkansas. Cool. I just didn't know if you were here still or if you had left, bro. There are other, like, so I would say this, like Arkansas. So we have other traders that trade like events. You know, like there's a white paper coming out, there's a medical study coming out, there's an earnings coming out, divergence with the rest of the stock market or something like that. These are all like buy and holds. You just buy the underlying, add what you can when you can, and you just sell puts against it. And if we ever go risk off, if I ever see a risk off sign, so what'll happen is if I get a risk off sign, we won't get these returns. The scanner won't work anymore, and then it doesn't work for like 2-3 weeks. You can tell we're going risk off, and then that's market wide. You're not going to be able to escape that. You're going to be with everybody else, same boat. Normally, like, and the late bull market will sometimes come out of that stuff, that spec growth, but I think Reddit stands above the rest to some extent. I wanted to go to Columbus. When is Deltron 3030? Oh, September 27th, the Majestic. Want to go? I'll go. I love Del the Funky Homo Sapien. All right, watch out for 12 o'clock here. They're going to take another stab at it. That one's still valid down here. One's gone. Auction is gone. You're in Columbus? I go there. I'm in Columbus. I'm in the Columbus area at least twice a year. At least twice a year I'm in Columbus. I've got family there that own property. We hook up there at least twice a year. Next time I'm in Columbus, I'll say something. I think I hung out there once with Winky. I like Columbus. I think it's a great city. I hope that Detroit can become... I hope Detroit's next step is something like Columbus. There's some things they still haven't done right. Like they just finished a park here on their Riverwalk. But it's kind of frustrating to see. Everybody's happy about it, but I'm not. I would like to see what events are planned. Like I think it's called Millennium Park, but I could be wrong. But but the Riverwalk just finished a park, but it was kind of boring looking. It's got like it's got tennis courts and basketball courts, I think. It's got a big like amphitheater. We're missing like, I don't know. Detroit's a weird thing. I don't know why we haven't yet made that next. Well, I can't say I don't know why. We have problems. Like Detroit has some problems. Like we still have like I saw a post this weekend in our Detroit where someone said, "Don't move to Detroit, fuck off." And I'll tell you what, like those days are over, and it's pissing me off now. Like taxes are going to the moon in Detroit, and homes are being reevaluated at higher tax rates when you sell them to somebody. So if you have a newcomer to Detroit today, your tax bill is going to be moon. So that means you're making an agreement to pay more taxes to improve Detroit. So I think if you're new to Detroit and you want to say, hey, fuck you, I want more services, I think they're rightfully so. Some people don't want new people moving to Detroit because they're stuck in this like pre 2015, to just round it off, like idea or mode about Detroit. They want like burned out everything. Cheap taxes, cheap homes, cheap everything. But they don't normally participate with children or, you know, like I've got kids, I've got a car, I pay taxes, I have a job, those kind of things, right? It's like Detroit's not quite where Columbus is, but it's missing some key ingredients. One being the school. Watch out for sellers in here. They're going to take another stab at it at 12. Like it's like Detroit's got this thing where it does like the roads kind of suck. The public transportation sucks. Schools are the most glaring problem here in Detroit, and it's glaring. It's bad. You have to homeschool, private school, or hope and beg that you can get your kid to a. They have like partnerships with other school districts around Detroit, but then you're driving your kid to school outside of the city. But you like have to do that still in Detroit. But anyways, Columbus is fucking amazing. They've really come a long way in terms of quality of life from when I visit there. I like it. They have great parks in Michigan. Yeah, if you like the Green Tunnel, they're great parks. There's great like water sports. Michigan's got kick-ass water sports. Their skiing is acceptable. Oh, look at them in here. Buy everything. Look at that. Look at that China threw the bomb on the market right here. Yeah. No, I travel from place to place. I think Michigan's acceptable. I think if you're into like water sports, it's a great place. If you're into like fishing, if you're into snowmobiling, it's great. There's some great off-road stuff here too. I think there's better hiking, biking, water sports in the West, personally. But it's acceptable. I live here. It's cheap living for me. I love living here. Detroit's come a long way too. I shouldn't be like shit talking Detroit. It's come a long ass way. It's like right on the cusp. It's like right on the cusp. Here, I'll give you an example. So we have a thing called Belle Isle. It's a small island off in the Detroit River off the coast of the city proper, downtown. And it's a travesty to see that it's not beautiful right now. Like it's beautiful, but it ain't what it should be. And it's misused. So in my view, it's misused. It should be the crown jewel of our city, and it should have lots of events on it. Like it should always have something going on. This thing is fucking huge. And there was some riverfront conservancy mismanagement, some fraud recently, millions of dollars fraudulently stolen and stuff like that. So I'm kind of angry about it, you know. So like what they'll do is they'll renovate and clean up, but then they don't put in anything. And I don't know what that's all about. I don't know if it's bureaucratic mismanagement, or if it's just let's clean it up and then we'll come back and look at this in the future. Maybe that's possible too. I could be wrong in my summation. But there was a bunch of like COVID money that they piss poorly. They poorly managed a bunch of COVID money. They never spent it, and then when it came time to spend it, they did a lot of pet projects rather than doing like a something for the greater good of this town, for lack of a better way to describe it. Like revamp all the schools would have been great. And that did not happen. You got like pet project for this person, pet project for that person. Yeah, it's nice. It could be way better though. You know it could be way better. If you've been to Belle Isle, you're like the aquarium breaks my heart. The aquarium should have been like refinished. Like Belle Isle could be banging. It could be like it could be the jewel of the Midwest, one of the jewels. It really could. Nice. I like Detroit. I love it. I'm having a blast here. I'm enjoying I'm sucking it up like a sponge. Ooh, Deltron, do you want to buy the tickets now? Wink, you going to buy those tickets right now? I'm going to get like a 4-pack of tickets. Mackinac Island. What is it, like a poor man's it was like a weird time warp. Yeah, they said it's got it's got like slavery vibes to it, I've heard. On Mackinac. Fraud and mismanagement wouldn't happen in the cities. People just cared enough to vote correctly. That's a tough one here. Like, so that's a bigger, in Detroit, it's a bigger conversation. You've got people that, you have a city that, it's like Detroit was built for manufacturing, right? And what happened in Detroit was blue collar workers, that's not a Democrat either. Blue collar workers built this city, right? They became wealthy and they began spreading out. So they started leaving the city of Detroit. So you had flight from wealth. So working class citizen, right? Make a little bit of money, buy a house raises value. You have people living in the city, so you're supporting the infrastructure of the city. But here's the kicker. You're also supporting the pension funds, the retirement funds, all this like stuff for the worker. Well, meanwhile, the worker moves to the suburbs. You understand? So they like start spreading out a little bit. I'm gonna go build out this suburbia over here. And they leave that city they were in with all of this debt and infrastructure that needs supported, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, fraud is everywhere, right? Mismanagement is everywhere. But what is the mismanagement of? Of the guy that left that's now pointing his finger and voting from the suburbs? Fuck that guy. That guy left behind all kinds of problems in these cities, in my view. So who's left to clean up the mess? You know, like, who does that bag fall upon? In this city in particular, it fell upon the poor and uneducated and the worst classes of this city. They didn't get any of the benefits of the infrastructure. They didn't get any of the benefits of the pension funds. And then these companies sold off their manufacturing, didn't they? They sent their manufacturing elsewhere. Once they were done with this city, it went bankrupt. This city in particular being a Rust Belt city. You know, so it's kind of a hard blame. It's hard to blame the city when the people that were enjoying all of this then walked out of the city. There'll always be fraud on scale. You go to a small town, there's fraud for whatever size. You see, I've lived in small towns. You see fraud pop up all the time. So for like scale of money and scale of people, It's a hard sell. And even our mayor, he's kind of like a Republican. Our mayor Duggan, he claims he's a Democrat, but he's kind of like middle of the road. And our city has come back. As a matter of fact, I think our city's taxes in this state in particular, in our tax base, we're one of the payers in this country. We pay for the poor states. You know what I mean? We pay for the poor states. To point fingers. It's not. No, you got to think about it from this perspective. So, like, the problem is ignorant people don't contribute to the system. We had people here contributing to the system, but then they moved. That's what happens in these cities. They a city will like rise up, right? Like everybody's there for money and making money and that kind of stuff. And then what they do is they make enough money and they retire. Or how many have family members that are like, oh, my dad moved us to the suburbs, or my dad moved us into a bigger house, farther away. So if you lose a critical mass of those people in a city, that city's gonna be fucked every time, right? Not every time, but in this case, Detroit in particular, I'm speaking up to. And that's the other thing too, is like Detroit is like one industry away from blowing up in a good way. But think about that too. Let's say you have some tech company comes to Detroit and they create 150,000 six-figure plus jobs a year. So you're injecting those wages into this city, and they start buying up properties and stuff, and they're making all this money. They're young. When they start to age out, do they stay in the city or not? Do those jobs continue on in this city or not? So it's like the rise and fall of a city. And then sometimes those people will, be young, right? Make six figures, buy a house in the city, make a bunch of money. House is now worth $1 million. And, now you're like 40 and 50 and you're like, you know what? I'm going to take you and the kids and we're going to go move out to the suburbs. Oh, and by the way, they're going to outsource my job over there anyways. Then I'm going to go point fingers at that city that had services that I wanted for my kids and family while I was there. And oops, all of a sudden we can't support that anymore. Blame those people. I think it's just the normal cycle of cities. In particular, Detroit got hurt really bad. They were never able. They did have fraud. They had major fraud at one point. Who was left in the city started doing bad, poor planning, poor people in power, that kind of stuff. The wrong people in power. I don't know exactly why Detroit never came back, unlike Boston or New York. Probably not like the specific reason. I probably don't know. Probably has to do with poverty and race and anger and a large suburban area outside of Detroit was able to absorb a lot of these people. But if Detroit ever had a new industry, it would be the same thing all over again. Boomtown. They don't have that yet either. They've actually lost some deals. Of recent too, they just lost another one. Not Detroit particular. I think it was Flint. Just lost a SanDisk. Just canceled a project to put like 10 or 15,000 jobs outside of Flint. And guess who didn't want them there? The suburbs. They didn't want that company there. Hold on one second here. Yeah, 100%. Now, these are the same people too that are like, these are the same people that leave the city. This city is awful. Like, dude, you were part of the tax base there. Let's see if they can roll this now. Pain. I had a target higher of 32. Not seeing it just yet. Maybe we'll get it at the end of the day. You know they're going to come in and try to sell it. There's just no way they're not. Like revenge sell, revenge sell, revenge. You can see the revenge sell here at 10. Like beg to sell it, squeeze, pain, beg to sell it, squeeze, pain. You're going to do the same thing again now. See if this holds over here. Yeah, it's like it's hard. Like I get the blame too. Like I get I mean I get the understanding of like the somebody has to be to blame or whatever, but health exploiting the system should not. Yeah, I think everybody should have a retirement. I get it. I haven't seen this. I read a book years ago about I read a book years ago about Social Security and the changes that were made. Basically, it was not a slush fund, and then it became a slush fund for everybody to dip into. It should have paid for itself years ago. You gotta remember, I'm a Democrat. I believe that you guys become old and worked your balls off. That there should be something for you. Oh, I should have bought that. I should have bought that fucking thing. I should have bought that wick right there. I wasn't paying attention. Go down there and do me that wick one more time. Fucking show me that wick one more time. No, do that one again. Do it again. Do that wick just so you guys see where we are. Right there. Do that wick again. Send it down there one more time. Hey, go on down there. Send that fucker down there, I dare you. But I'll tell you what, this news squawker is not saying a word today. The NASDAQ is partying like it's 1999. You can tell there's pain out there right now. Come on down. Some of this shit that I'm reading here is like terrible. The NASDAQ is partying like it's 1999. Why that might signal a stock market sell-off ahead. No shit. We already know it's going to sell off for anybody hunting for parallels between contemporary markets in 1999. Jonathan Krasinski.
Report here from Fox News. Fed Chair Powell hit with criminal referral by House GOP Trump ally.
Hold on here. Where is that? Where the fuck was that article? These are fucking terrible.
So, from Fox News, Representative Luna refers Powell to DOJ for criminal charges.
Uh-oh. Powell's going to prison. He's going to jail. Saying that Powell's being referred to the let me see if I can read this to you. Fed Chair Powell hit with criminal referral by GOP Trump ally. Great.
We have posted out the article in the feed for you to read through as well.
I'm going to read this to you here now.
So further detail into this, Luna is accusing Powell of perjury on 2 occasions, according to a letter to the Department of Justice, first obtained by Fox News Digital.
Even as President Trump was saying he wouldn't fire Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, some of the on-screen headlines
So
told a
Luna
different
in the
story.
letter said on June 25th, 2025, Powell provided testimony under oath before the U.S. Senate Committee on Banking, Housing and Urban Affairs regarding the renovation of the Fed's SLS building. In his statements, he made several materially false
And we're back
claims.
with Charlie Gasparino.
Specifically,
Some of those
she
headlines
accused
said,
him
the
of
fire
lying
was
about
imminent,
lavish
as it
amenities and
Look,
the Fed's
doesn't take any great
Sally's
insight on my
building.
part,
And
Charlie,
Voice
to
News
say that
disconnected.
He's trying to taunt Jerome Powell into leaving on his own, calling him a numbskull and worse. But the firing does not appear to be imminent.
Yeah, I mean, Howie, the reporting I did for Fox Business and the New York Post says this, and it's a pretty simple story. He wants to get rid of Jerome Powell. Obviously, he wants to lower short-term rates. He think Powell's in the way of that. The reason why they want to lower short-term rates is because they want to issue a lot more short-term debt to not screw up.
You hear the hot mic back here? Listen to this.
Powell's in the Obviously, he wants to lower short-term rates. He think Powell's in the way of that. The reason why they want to lower short-term rates is because they want to issue a lot more short-term debt to not screw up the yield curve. We're not going to get into the economics of all this.
Yeah, this is.
To get rid of him, and because Jerome Powell is not compliant on that. There is a debate inside the White House whether he has the legal. And yes, the legal and whether the economics of this would work. The legal authority is that he has to show cause. There are White House lawyers who says the president's power is plenary. He could show cause just because he thinks the guy's incompetent and wants to get rid of him, or he overspent for his office. I mean, you can create a cause sort of scenario out of all that.
Right. Although the renovation of the building, that renovation of the building began during the Biden administration.
That could be. Yeah. He could say that as cause, even though cause that, according to the Treasury Department, and this is what we first reported, again on Fox Business and the Post, and Journal followed it up yesterday. That is being disputed by the Treasury Department and Treasury Secretary Besson. He says the bar is much higher on cause. It's really like something illegal or something crazily consequential. It can't be that he misstated the cost of his office. And that's where we are right now. And right now, Trump is siding with Scott Bessent. And that's where we are right now. That's why Jerome Powell has not been fired. I mean, what Bessent is arguing essentially is if you get rid of Powell, he's going to say no. This thing could go to the Supreme Court, finally to adjudicate it. And guess what? You don't know where they're going to come out on this. I mean,
and his term is up early next year anyway. But
yeah,
isn't
and by
it
the way,
interesting?
the markets could react negatively, and it could be very messy, and it's not worth it.
But Donald Trump had many more nice things to say about Jay Powell when he himself appointed him Fed chairman in 2017.
Yes. Yeah,
he's taking a little bit of heat on that.
He reappointed Powell. Well, he thought Powell was an easy money guy. Remember, Trump loves easy money. Again, this is not an economic standard.
Like most real estate
program,
developers.
I get that.
Yeah.
But he likes lower interest rates. He's an old guy. He's a guy that issued junk bonds back in the day. So he thinks low interest rates are the best. Powell, as the head of the Fed, has a dual mandate. One of those mandates is inflation. So he's not lowering rates because he's worried about inflation. That inflation could really kick in because of the tariffs. Therefore, he does not want to lower rates. Trump is coming back saying, well, it's not kicked in yet. So you're
It has kicked in.
You're basically not doing your job. And we can go round and round on this. And that's where we are right now.
But it's not tariff inflation.
Bottom line is Bessent is winning the day by basic and over other White House lawyers, by the way. And he's saying, listen, you get rid of them. This is a nasty court fight. You might lose in the Supreme Court. And by the way, the markets might not react favorably.
And the Fed, and they have all unanimously agreed that, they may be wrong, but that this is not the time to cut interest rates. So it's not like Jerome Powell is just this lonely voice on his horse with his.
Yeah, no, it's what Jerome Powell's not like some weird heresy, right? We have a pretty strong economy. We have tariffs that are slowly seeping into the price structure of inflation, right? Inflation isn't popping dramatically, but you could see it's starting to factor in on the tariffs are.
No, Charles, no.
From a purely economic
Fucking services inflation
going on here, something called
no.
And Trump wants to issue a lot more short-term debt so he doesn't hurt other types of bonds that could send interest rates on consumer loans through the roof.
Not
being conducive to that that notion.
How about the long end?
That's where we have the standoff right now, and he's not going to be conducive to
fucking long end's mooning already today.
But I don't want to put the audience to sleep. And beside, we're out of time. Charlie, thanks for doing double duty here. Good to see you.
Charles Gasparino's like, I'm short the market. That's the takeaway. That's the only takeaway right there. Charles Gasparino's short the market. That's all it is. No, time out. All right, so all right, Tio. So time out here. Okay, so tariff inflation is durable goods. Okay? Tariff inflation is durable goods. So you put a tax on a good. You understand? That's where you find your tariff inflation. Now, there's services inflation that is creeping up. And I shouldn't say it's creeping up. It's been coming up since last year. Now we're getting one-time hits to durable goods inflation, right? Let's see if we can clarify this. So you've got durable goods. Watch out here. This is all bad, by the way. Just to let you know. So the problem right now is that fucking you can't pin down Trump. Is it 10%? Is it 15? Is it 20? Is it 30? What is it? So that's the big question. And that's like, well, oh, is it like we see the de minimis coming in, we see the 10% coming in, 15% over here, right? Coming in, but you have no commitment from Trump as to when that's done. So that's its own separate issue, which is, hey, you don't have a deal done with these countries. And it doesn't matter if you're saying this is our final offer. Another country could come and hit you again, right? So let's say the U.S. says to the EU, just theoretically, U.S. says to the EU, it's 30% across the board. Forget all the other like finished steel or whatever. Just 30% across the board, right? And the EU can in turn say, well, we're going to hit you with 30%. And then all of a sudden Trump comes back and says, well, you know what? We're going to hit you with another 10 then. And so this is laddering of trade war, right? You're laddering and increasing a trade war, right? Does it make sense? So if the EU said, well, we're going to do 30 on you, and Trump said, that's fine, we're just done, that's what we're doing, 30. Then that's a trade agreement. You get both sides in agreement, right? But right now we don't have an agreement. There's no fucking agreement. So that still looms for durable goods. That's still there. We still don't have trade agreements with the majority of our major trading partners. EU, China, Mexico's throwing Canada under the desk. meh or under the table. Then like Canada's trying to do a deal, said they were going to do a deal with Mexico this week or last week, but there's still no deal. There's still a lot of uncertainty is the point. And we still don't have trade deals. So we don't know about that stuff. Now, have there been hits to inflation? Yes and no. And that's durable goods. You're absorbing them, and your wages are continue to go higher, which is all good. But meanwhile, services inflation has been rearing its ugly head since I want to say October or November in particular. Everybody wants to get in on a piece of the pie for inflation. I feel it, you feel it, we all feel it, right? Everywhere we go, you can see it, right? I was telling you the story about Cheez-Its. I was telling you the story about the baseball game and how they had the service fee was more expensive than the actual seat and was per ticket. So it's everywhere right now. But that's not tariff inflation. I call it greedflation for lack of a better word. But it's there. And we have seasonal, cyclical inflation. And we're in the bottom of that trough right now for this like six or secular inflation. So arguably we've taken too much time not finalizing tariffs. If like tariffs have been finalized in the spring or the fall, you probably would have seen a cut if we were done with it, but we're not done with it. And now we're coming into seasonal inflation, which would be a rate hike. So you'd have gotten cuts maybe in the spring, and then maybe a rate hike in the fall, possibly, or even beginning of next year. Now, fundamentally, what the White House wants to do with rates, they want to go to 1, which is what Gasparino's talking about. The impacts on both the long and short term, and the market will probably fucking melt down on that stuff. I'll be point blank with you. If you went to 0 right now, we'd probably have a fucking market meltdown. Not only a market meltdown, but you're talking about a fundamental shift in monetary policy in this country. And that would impact the entire fucking world. Let's just be honest. It would blow up world agreements, for lack of a better word. Why would you expect other countries to follow monetary policy if we're not going to? That could be bad. Let's see what happens here. It's really hard. It's I would say start reading Wolf Richter because I don't know. Like the whole like Jerome thing is like a disaster. Referred for criminal charges. Let me see if I can read this to you. Hold on here. And some of what Gasparino's saying is untrue. It's not just not real. The inflation that you're seeing is normal, natural. This is a whole nother argument too. Like I don't know if I want to get into this stuff so deeply. Like there are prior Fed chairs that say that they don't even know if they have an impact on inflation or unemployment or cycles. They think that they do have an impact with policy, but it's not why we get these things. The cause of inflation or unemployment or like the cyclicalness of tightening and loosening and tightening and loosening. They may just amplify those things, and then that's where the argument comes in. Hey, they've over-tightened. Hey, they've under-tightened. They're too early, too late, that kind of stuff. But a lot of these past Fed chairs don't feel like they're the instigators of this stuff. They often talk about a business cycle, an economic cycle, stock market cycles, when they are in line with each other, when they're not. COVID threw a second business cycle in to our normal business cycle, Jerome has already said to you on Fed chair meetings that they think they've put both cycles back on the same curve. That's what they think that they've done. But now we've beaten around the bush. We've beaten so much time with this tariff thing that we're like bottoming in inflation, natural inflation. If that's the case, you don't want to cut right now. You definitely don't want to cut because you're going to see this right here. You can see it in the stock market. Stock market's going higher right now. If you have wages growing, inflation growing, and there's some other problems here too, like China's beginning to print money. Their money supply is consequential to the world. They're fighting their way out of a recession right now, and they're printing money. And if that money's but when that money finds its way into our economy is going to rip some fucking faces off. So how do you fight that? It's not by dropping rates. I'll assure you of that. It's not by dropping rates. Not on a stock market high, I should say. Like if inflation starts to rip and it's not tariff inflation, if wages are still strong, if companies are still strong, the market's going to go higher. And if you've got the cheapening of the dollar from China, stock market higher again. And the demand will stay there too. So, yeah, I can't get behind this in any way, shape, or form. Like all of this Jerome Powell talk, like we're going to refer him for criminal charges, fraud, put him in prison. It's all bizarre to me. If it was me and I was Jerome, I would try to get out, exit gracefully at the end of your term. This will be side noise, I think. And then what you're going to do is you're going to see what I think is going to be really bad. You're going to get a Fed chair that plays ball. And I don't think the Fed chair playing ball is the biggest problem. I think the bigger problem is asserting authority with that Fed chair to play ball with you as the president. Does that make any sense? Playing ball is not cutting rates. To make the argument for the assertion of power over the Fed, you would need the Fed chair to submit to the executive branch. If you put that person in, you could then make the argument in a court of law that the executive branch has more assertion of power rights in the Fed. That's where the real danger comes in to this equation. If any president can demonstrate, hey, I've asserted authority, we have precedent of this, and now we want this quasi-private public entity to fall under more purview of the executive authority. That's dangerous. I'm point blank tell you. That is hella fucking dangerous. Hella dangerous. That has implications that are far and wide. We're not there quite yet. We're not there just yet. But man, like we're playing with fire. It's not just like the I think some of the playing with fire just has to do with the status quo too. Whenever you shake up the status quo, there's a fair chance of you breaking shit that is unintended. Again, it's the same as normal. If you want to reform the Fed, I'm not anti-reforming the Fed. It's how it's done matters. How you reform the Fed matters in my view. Done. I just bought some calls. What did I grab? There we go. Calls are cheap. We can get another rip up here. Where's that? Wonder if I'm trading with myself in here. There we go. Keep on trucking. I read a whole bunch of other stuff about like he could get fired yet keep his job. All the little Fed chairs would still vote. I don't think the little Fed chairs. Like I can't say one of them wouldn't sell out. there are larger ramifications. There's probably ramifications on the dollar. There's ramifications on like accords for the dollar. There are unspoken agreements between like in Brentwood. No, is it Brentwood? Yep. No, Brent. I forget what it's called. It's not Brentwood. It's called Bretton Woods. Like the Bretton Woods Accords, like dollar reserve currency questions, brings into question: do other countries follow the lead of the U.S. any longer with in terms of their central banks and their Federal Reserve or peer type institutions? It's a slippery slope. Let's see what we got there. We can get one more. We got this leg right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that there, a little bit higher. GS's Pascarillo saying U.S. equities stood on the shoulders of two familiar themes: renewed leadership from mega tech, cap tech, healthcare technicals. Looking ahead, here's a basic framework, which admittedly hasn't changed much in recent weeks. Point to point, it's been a full-throated ripper since April 7th. For example, a high versus low beta pair just logged its best 3-month on record, so you shouldn't expect as much convexity from this location. 2, on any given Sunday, there are legitimate things to worry about. At the top of my list are gathering pressure on long-duration sovereign debt markets and flashes of retail exuberance. 3, set against all of that, the short-term technicals are constructive. The U.S. consumer is hanging in there. So 2 are the U.S. corporates, and you got U.S. mega cap tech is doing what it does best. Conclusion, it's a bull market, and there's some gas left in the tank. Yet risk reward is shifting and summer liquidity conditions are taking hold. So transfer a portion of your length into end of August expiry upside calls. And that's Pascarillo for end of month. So transfer a portion of your length into end of August expiry upside calls. See if I can pull out this. I had some like returns. Last week I posted in the Discord 2 charts with a heat map that shows like the July and August prints. Today is the 21st. It's showing like no big prints here. End of end of July. Let me just look at this one more time. So July 31st, red. Returns in August, not as good. That's NDX. This is the bear case here. Yeah, just a low return. I guess no. I'm sorry about that. Hold on, I'm looking at the wrong stuff here. I don't know why I've got both of these here. Let me look at I'm looking at the wrong one. July returns. 21st minus 0.10, 22nd 0.001 up day. 23rd slightly down day, but 24th is up day. 25th is up day. Slight down on the 26th, up day on the 27th, slight down day on the 28th, up day on the 29th, big up day on the 30th of July, the day before last day of the month. And then August has a couple down days. It's got a down day on the 4th, so first week of the month, 3rd, excuse me. Sorry. It's got a big update on the beginning of August. first week of August, and then a down day on the a big down day on the 3rd. Nope, oh, I got this wrong. I gotta put my cursor where I am. August 4th, big down day. Take money and run. August 10th, big down day. Take money and run. 18th, 19th, OPEX. Yeah, it's still showing like, I guess if you put your calls into end of August, you could close them out even possibly in July. First week of August. He's saying, transfer a portion of your length into the end of August expiry upside calls, probably to capture if it takes that long to get there. It's kind of like putting your hedge on out into the first week of November. You put your calls out into, like call spreads out into the end of August, and if you catch the print now or later, well, you're going to be okay. Tesla trying to make a comeback right now. I don't think they're done going up. Give me like 5 minutes. I'll be right back with you guys and take a quick break. Go potty. That still won't give it up, dude. Still not fucking giving it up. Move it over again. There's 130. There's one. These fucking sellers are getting nothing here. Now they're closing the door on 63.25. For now, at least, intraday. Trying to. I guess if you wanted a let's look at SPX. Month of July, worst day should be the 23rd in 2 days. Theoretically, 2 days from today should be the worst day. Wednesday effect, I'm assuming. How's Hinge doing? They fucking sold this again, too. And it's ready to be bought again, too. Hinge cranked up to $53, traded the Batwing. Now looking for another rip. Talking about a 5-year prison sentence for fucking Jerome Powell. Oh my god. People, what are they doing? They're living in crazy. What the fuck are they doing? Let me see. Let me check last time. Faced criminal charges. There are no instances. Oh, God. I didn't think there was. I knew there was. Oh, God. This doesn't end well. Yeah, it's right now, right? It's gotta be. We're living in the simulation now, bro. We're finally in it. Come on, just ramp it and hit that fucking supply. Let's go. We know where it is. It's up here. Let's do it. Just slam it. Spoos is like, I'm all about that grind. I'm part of the grind culture now, bro.
According to Stats Office, Nigeria's first quarter oil production at 1.6 million barrels per day.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. if you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
I'm reading some of this tariff stuff. What do we have here now? Got some stuff here from Besant here. Well, I'm back, guys. Besant's concerned with quality of deals, not timing of deals. That doesn't help the Fed. U.S. Treasury Secretary Besant said he is more concerned with high-quality trade deals than getting them by August 1st. We want rate cuts too. Oh God. you got Fed Chair Powell just like, we'd love to cut, just get us some trade deals. Best they can do is fuck August 1st.
Have signed a new strategic partnership.
I swear it's like full clown show. It's full clown show around here. Besant concerned with quality of the deal now. Now they're concerned with the quality of the deal. It's like full on clown. We also want Powell and Jay Powell in prison. Oh God, can't do it. I'm trying, boss. Watch out for a sweep lower here. Even if we push up here, just watch out for the sweep to make the bigger move higher. I don't know how. Yeah, Besant's like, fuck off. We're not doing any trade deals. So I guess August 1st doesn't matter. He also said that the EU would want to negotiate faster and that the bloc has become more engaged. This is GS S&T. More recently, oh wait, let me start before this.
UK government says OpenAI may also explore developing an AI-enabled research and development infrastructure in the UK.
Look at dealers are like, we don't mind going there, bro. We're just gonna go nice and slow if the options are worthless when we get there. I think we're back to call spreads again. GSS&T, more recently, we've seen retail investors pile into VIX products again. The OM and vol ETFs has driven the amount of Vega and these products to new highs. We view this as essentially rolling demand for hedges by individual investors as a way to continually protect themselves against market pukes, vol spikes. Agreed, makes sense. If you're long the market, putting a hedge on is the right thing to do. Do I see anything in here? The yen has been a big conversation in the background. They keep changing their argument, though. I haven't talked much about the yen nor the politics or the elections. They're like running doom stories, and the next morning market goes higher, U.S. market goes higher, no unwind, and then they're like, well, it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. So we're not there yet. There's no. It's not a story until until it is a story. Hey, yeah, momentum was working. I thought momentum was dead. JPY stir headline CPI still above target. History of Jesus Christ. So like if you're looking at you want to see a bad fucking figure, I just looked this up not even knowing it was already posted. I was looking up to see if any Fed chair has been ousted or investigated or criminally charged. You want to know the countries that has happened in? The only countries: Russia, Boris Yeltsin, 1994, Hungary. Oh, excuse me. Boris Yeltsin did the firing of Viktor Garashenko.
It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay?
Hold on here.
And if you're sick and tired of hearing...
I mean, the list of countries that have done this, they ain't the best. Hungary. Orban had ousted Sereni. Argentina. All right, Argentina imploded, right? Their economy. Christina de Kirchner removed Martin Redrago. Nigeria and Turkey. Nigeria, Argentina, Hungary, and Russia. That shows how political this is, right? For the U.S. Unheard of. Absolutely fucking unheard of. No other comparison in a Western competent society. What else we got here? BFJ. No, that's Bank of Japan with inflation. I think the BFJ can matter. I just don't think it's like anything. We're squeezing higher, right? We need the roll. You can't start timing tops here unless you're timing the roll. I think Scott was saying it. The best way you could say it earlier is you're getting long in every major pullback, every major drawdown. You know we're in a bull market. You know we're going to go higher. Yeah, you're just looking for drawdowns. You're looking for the end of the bull markets, and even if you do, it's still a matter of I don't care if I get caught in it, because they've gone up so much that when that roll comes, you're still overall green. You could be a little bit looser in calling tops if you're a bull, as long as you're buying. I mean, just think about this past spring. If you're a buyer down there, buy every major pullback or pullback to the daily trigger. You're still we need to get down much deeper for any kind of pain for that trader. They can hedge. That's about it. Go long calls. I think it was, I don't know if it was, I don't think it was Rubner that said it. He might have said, get out of equities and just go long calls. Netflix still mooning right now. Netflix cranking right now. Netflix up 1.678% on the day. Meta, or no, that's the wrong one. Hold on. Check it out, Meta, really quick. Yeah, Meta looking good. All of tech looking good. Tech looks great right now. Q's doesn't even look like it's ready to be done yet. Q's looks like it wants to fucking burr right into the close. $566C was the trade from Friday. It's in the money twice today. It doesn't look done. I'm looking around right now. Like Apple looked bullish as fuck. And it cranked, but it's coming back again. You're not talking about that bullshit 100-year trend line, are you, Chase? Don't do that, man. I told you that already about inflation, right? Like the cheaper money becomes, that trend line doesn't matter. It's the cheapness of money. If you go to any other country that has had bouts of high inflation, or not high inflation, but printing of money, depreciation of their currency, it's more glaring. None of that's respected. We have like deficit out the ass right now. Debt ceiling up the ass. Devaluing of the dollar. Ruminations and talking about dropping rates down to 1. No, there's no big short. I think that this is, I've heard that argument too. That's wrong. Like, well, okay, if there's a big short, then when is it? Like, is it like we already know that we can get a short summer or we can get a long summer, right? The bulls can get like short summer, long summer. But every door gets closed, right? Like the bull thesis is probably 590, 600. So you do the summer trade, wrap it up, get paid, pull it back. Like I don't understand that. Like I'm trying to wrap my head around it because I'm like, how do you do the big short? I feel like the big short argument is just because you've got a hedge on. Not you, but market's like, well, I'm long here. I mean, I always try to look at this stuff from like the perspective of the largest participant, right? So you're long the market. You're waiting for a pullback to add to your position. So you want to see the pullback sooner than later. Got it. You have a hedge on. You want to see that get printed, and you want to add on a pullback. So that answers those 4 questions. So what do? You run with big short, just to get the pullback to get long again. How many times do you see these banks? They're like, well, it's time for the big short. And then we pull back, have a seasonal pullback, and there you go. Well, even though we're extremely bearish, the markets, we go out long. Too much selling right now, so we're long again. I don't know. I mean, I believe in the big shorts. I just don't think that it's today. I believe in it. I think we're close to a top, but I don't think it's here. I think it's like 700, 720. Somewhere up in there. We're only trading 631. We got another 700 points to go. So, and I think time matters too. I think like yeah, I don't think we're there. I'm trying to think of like what could cause it right now, but like when I see the art, like when I saw the guy that wrote or that's not the only guy that's written that, but when I see the big short argument right now, I'm like, oh fuck, these guys they either don't have a hedge on and they want the market to roll, or they have a hedge, they own the market and they just want the pullback to get long. But I don't think anyone in their right mind right now believes in the big short just yet. I don't think that anyone truly thinks this is the top. I don't think anyone in their right mind thinks the bull run is over today, nor is it over in October, like a Black Monday or something like that. And I do think if we're getting the big short, it's still going to go vertical before it. And I don't think it just rolls out with a poop. I don't think it's that fast. We got to get up there. We have to get up there to get the supply, Chase. We got to go higher, bro. We got to get up here. This is where the FOMO lives, right here. Where the supply is. If we show the 632, we can pull back 620, 625, and then we can go higher. You got to get 625, or excuse me, 632.50 to trade 640. What do you do to get retail put out of their position? I don't think it's retail. This isn't retail. Everybody thinks I've never agreed with like it's all retail's fault. When I see flows coming in, I'm like, that ain't retail. When I see like 100,000 calls come in, 0 dates, I'm like, that's not retailers. That's somebody else. Asset managers are way underweight right now. I don't think that this is us. I know retail's long as fuck, but they ain't the only ones. I went over Tesla are on July 7th. I'll show it to you right here if you want to see it. Or 7th or something? 6th? I don't remember. Oh, let me look. I think this Tesla thing comes up every day. Yeah, it's right here. If you want to see it. I see a roll in Tesla. We see a roll right up here. We're close. You guys want to be short Tesla now? Yeah, I'd start getting short Tesla soon. It's close to being ready to roll. I'm bearish Tesla right now. We're close enough. You want to see it? I want to see the roll to the downside. And I want to pick this up whenever this happens. Could be mid-September when it really starts turning up. Be down here. Be like September 15th for the turn higher. That's where I'm at. If I'm going to add Tesla, it's down here. Hang tighter, guys. Yeah, like if you look at like long short or asset managers, like these guys are fucking buying. Call this down here window dressing. See these fucking guys right here? Look at these guys. Hold on here. So you can kind of like, I'll pull this. You see this right here? These are asset managers. They're lying their asses off to you. They're buyers. All the doom and gloom they're spinning for you out there, they're buyers. And this could be huge uppies. This is where you get your blow off top from. There's some other crazy shit too, like vol control positioning, still peaking. There's some craziness here too. There's a couple pullbacks in here, but like as far as major roll, we're still on track right now. This is seasonality. And we had punitive Trump tariff over here. Liberation Day bullshit. Recovery back up and trend again. This is the peak expected on average. On a 5-year average, it's 169 trading days to top. And even this right here is not showing, much pullback down here. This is that 600, 590. We just grind. Summer trade, grind. 169th trading day. Unless something crazy happens. As a matter of fact, that seasonality calendar shows the bottom as that dip that was bought. That backtest and expiration right here. This one right here. You can't see it. I'm in the wrong one. It's saying that whatever the fall thing is, like this is 615. 590 to 615, and doors are being closed all the time. Retesting the highs once again. So you can see it over there. Trying to trade 632.48. What's crazy is this one moves. This one resolves to a big upside too. Let me just do something here. One quick second. I'll be right back with you guys. Hold on. I'm going to try to get a calendar going for us right now. Should be a low in the 152nd day too. Smaller one. 137th.
$33 counterparties take $213.666 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. ES
So terrible. Get this one right here. Missed the new high that time. See where SPX is. Try it again. What is going on with this? No, I don't even know what that is. Do I have to reset? Maybe I have to reset my maybe I have to log in and log back out again. Was a failure of a new high up here. And note that one date options are at 6320. That's the 1 day magnet. There is some rolling to 6325 and 6330. Volumes right now. Two-date volume. Jesus. 634. All the shit's in the money already. All this shit's in the money. All the calls that have been bought are in the money. Two-day call volume's all in the money. It's not particularly bullish anymore. was.
According to a letter here, US House lawmakers ask Microsoft, Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon CEOs to answer if they have adequate safeguards to address concerns about China and Russia targeting submarine cables. Lawmakers want tech companies to disclose if Huawei Marine, China Telecom, and China Unicom are providing maintenance of or servicing to cable systems with US ownership stakes. Zelensky says a meeting with Russia and Turkey is planned for Wednesday.
Thank you. I appreciate it. So the 169th day is September 4th. Go back and look at this. Seasonality, SPX seasonality. 169th trading day of the year, September 4th. That's over a 5-year average. We're also looking for a low on the 137th trading day of the year. But it ain't a big one. That is Monday the 21st. That's today. It's supposed to be a low. Hold on here. Yep. And then a high on the 141st. That's Friday. Monday should be a low. Then it should crank all next week, and then a low on the. I'll post this in a brief tonight. I'll post this calendar for you guys. You can see some of these. I did complete a bat wing here. We'll see if this gets picked up or not. 1:46 in the afternoon. Yeah, there's. I just got a text from a buddy. He's mowing his lawn right now. Showed me his showed me his rig here. It looks like a John Deere. Oh, yeah, it is a John Deere C530M. It's a nice little lawnmower. Right off. Tesla, man. Oof. I was hoping for one more up on Tesla. They look like they're parked for now into their ER. What would suck about that too is that you print that upside target and then go down. You get stuck in Tesla. It's 1:50 in the afternoon. Just a few notes to you before the end of the day today. Hold on here. How's that? That's weird. Just note that we do have a federal. We have FOMC chair event tomorrow. I don't know what it is. I'm assuming it's an economic council. It's not saying what it is. Let me look. It's at 8:30 in the morning. Let me just check it out. Would be the opening remarks at the integrated review of the capital framework for large bank conferences. Says the market will be looking for any hints. The conference's agenda includes discussions on regulatory capital, Basel III endgame rules, stress testing, capital surcharge for large banks, leverage requirements. Later in the day, Michelle Bowman, Vice Chair for Supervision, will moderate a panel discussion on innovation at the same conference. You're going to assume here that after the cancellation of the dinner with Congress people, there should be some volatility assigned to this in the morning hours. If you're a futures trader, just be aware of it tomorrow morning, 8:30 in the morning. Jerome is expected to give a speech. It will be live. I'll read something for you here. In the Forex market, the U.S. dollar fell against major trading partners with the focus on home sales data for June later in the week. As Fed officials are in their quiet period until after July 29th, 30th FOMC meeting. Jerome Powell, the U.S. Fed chair, will be speaking on Tuesday, that's tomorrow, and markets will parse every word for clues about the path of interest rates. The Fed has paused hikes, but sticky inflation has further fueled uncertainties about monetary policy direction, reflecting negative sentiment with the dollar index staying downbeat amidst global tariff threats and a weak economic outlook. U.S. President Donald Trump has been clamoring for Fed rate cuts, but an accelerating consumer price index has clouded market expectations, considering the Fed's positions on rate cuts, which are expected to be postponed until key indicators improve. While this is not going down well with Trump, Fed Chair Powell has stuck to his gun with no rate cut. Amidst rumor, analysts believe firing Powell would be unlikely to speed interest rate cuts by the FOMC. There's some other reasons for that too. Even if he was fired, there's like argument that he could stay in the Fed, or that the committee itself wouldn't do this, or wouldn't be poisoned to cut either. Amidst rumor, and you got to remember, like when these Fed chairs are speaking, they're not speaking. Like when these Fed chairs are like given, or they give a speech or something, they're not giving you what they would actually do, right? There's intent behind what they say when they speak, not being the Fed chair. Hey, we need some dissent, or you're dissenting, but if you were the Fed chair, would you be dissenting? No, but you are, because you're the, you're the playing the devil's advocate. So they say that likely no cuts. I don't think there would be a cut either. I think this whole conversation is, people out of their fucking minds. That's what they are. They're out of their fucking minds. Now, not merely the conversation. The fire them and put them in jail crowd. Fuck all those people. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're out of their fucking skulls. Now, why are other people talking about doing this? Assert power over the Fed. I'm short. You say hedge and I say I'm fucking fully short, and then I get squeezed out. That kind of bullshit. Or I want to dip to buy and I'm tired of waiting. That kind of stuff. A quick summary of foreign exchange activity heading into Monday showed that USD Euro rose to 1.1651. Blah, blah, blah. There are no Eurozone data money scheduled the next European bank. Yeah, so this whole thing, the rest of this all just goes into the dollar falling in advance of this speech tomorrow morning. And that's all I've got for you on tomorrow's Fed chair. Go back over here. Why do I have the economic calendar up twice? And then we get existing home sales on Wednesday. So that's our biggie for tomorrow. We get Bowman speaking at 1. That's wrapping up that discussion from Fed Chair Powell. You got Red Book tomorrow, but that's not a big one. At 7 a.m. on Wednesday, you got a 30-year mortgage rate. And you get existing home sales at 10. You get a 20-year bond on Wednesday. It's kind of a light week for news. We have a lot of reports this week. You get claims on Thursday at 8:30. You get a global composite PMI flash. You get manufacturing and services. That could wipe itself out, though, between manufacturing and services. That could cancel each other out. And then Friday, you get durable goods. Now, that potentially could be bad. But durable goods hasn't been showing inflation, so we haven't had any real big changes in tariffs. So unless we were to get a permanent tariff for the rest of the world, I don't know that durable goods is going to matter just yet. That is Friday, though, at 8:30. That is a pretty big report. Next week, we get into some serious reports. We get JOLTS. That's biggie. We get GDP growth rate quarter over quarter advanced. We get a Fed rate decision, of course. That's all on Wednesday. Then we get PCE on Thursday. All the big heavy hitters come out. We get non-NFP on Friday, unemployment on Friday. Like if you wanted an unclench for the week, you got it on the 31st, the 1st. Then you get it on the 5th, maybe. You get ISM services PMI. That could come in kind of hot. But other than that, there ain't shit. You're dealing with small reports all week. You got Tesla reporting. You also get one other. I shouldn't say you don't have anybody reporting this week. You do get three decent sized reports. You had Verizon this morning. We've got this is interesting too. You get Lockheed Martin tomorrow morning. They should rip the doors off. Northrop Grumman's doing tomorrow morning. They should rip the doors off. They should counter anything Jerome has to say, unless that's sell the news possibly. Later in the week, you get Tesla, you get Google, ServiceNow, IBM, Chipotle, all big heavy hitters. O'Reilly Auto Parts. Then you get the airlines coming in to wrap up the week. You get Intel on after the close on Thursday. Another heavy hitter that they don't really move markets much. They kind of like are usually non market movers. And then we get some much bigger stuff next week. So there is a little bit of volatility, I would say, tomorrow with Jerome Powell. It is fascinating to look right now. If we look here, you've got this island down below here at 6,300. If you're trying to buy dips right now, you should be waiting down here. Trying to buy dips down here. Okay. The print expectation of a print, of course, is 6,400. So just hang out on lows, add some call spreads for 6,400. Rubner is saying the print may not come until the second week of August. Over here. There's another print higher at 6,500 too. And I think Pascarillo came out earlier and said end of August expiry upside calls. Now, what I looked at was I think I've got it charted to end of first week of August. But if you've got a hedge on out into, I've got a hedge on out until mid-November, just so you know, just to be clear here. I've got a hedge, but it doesn't expire until November expiry. if you're looking for dips to buy, you know where to buy them. You could potentially say that we hold or pinned into 625 or 6325, excuse me. Let's do 6325 and 6320. These are both decent sized, not crazy, but decent sized. This is no longer a local top. We got to change all this now. Your local call wall is, you ready for this? Local top is now 6,500. And local call wall is 6400. You want to see that? Your top and your, this was all right here. And currently, because of the gamma in the market, new local top as of Monday is there, of course. Oh. And then your call wall is up here. And what's crazy about this is what? The gamma flip is way lower. Look at where the gamma flip is. This turns green. I know some of you just want this right here, right? You want that swoop and then up? I don't think that can happen anymore. I was talking about this on Friday that I did not like the trend we were in. So we can show us better. I didn't like the trend we were in on Friday. Because right now the promise is we're going to trade 6,500. If you don't stay in that upper channel, you'll freak people out. And they won't believe that we can trade 6,500. I don't think we trade it, but I think that the carrot has to be there to trade it. Show it here. Can I show all this or no? Excuse me. Where's 650? Right here. That's August 6th. I said mid-August for a print. Can make that simpler like that. Maybe this would be the easiest way to explain trend. This is just traditional chart and stuff. Let's show this for you guys. Excuse me, get some allergies. Okay, so we've got trend. Trend was, theoretically, trend was, let's get rid of these right now. We'll come back to them. So this was trend right here, right? Kind of see it. Even raise it up, make it nice and cute if you want. If you want to bring it down there, but you get the high, the low, that kind of stuff. They're basically looking for, this is trend right here. And last week we were rolling slightly, right? So you got this high right here, right? You got a little bit of that going on. And you got those out there that want to see, I don't know if it's the world burn or whatever. Yep, hold on here. You know, they kind of want this trend right here. And you talk to a bear or whatever, they want, you know, they want down. But there's something else that's kind of sketchy here, which is if you start trading like this, you know, if even a bear tells you, we just want that there. You kind of have to show, we were discussing this in Friday close, is that you don't want to lose this trend. Let's get rid of these. Kind of want to stay on this trend. There's a reason for that. And the reason for that is, you got, even if we don't get there, the reason for that is because you want the market to remain bid. There's 650. Here's 640. Right? You want market to remain bid. To print 640, you need market bid 650. If no one thinks so, if you ask any participant, they're going to tell you, no, bro, we're staying on trend. Long, 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 long. And if you start to change trend, maybe it's over here, bro. Maybe we're only going to hit 640. These people over here will be pissed off. I don't know if we hit 650 or not. We need to see rolling calls higher. 660, believe it or not. Like, how much time do we have to get this done? Do we have enough time? Do we not have enough time? These calls haven't been rolled yet. But once these things don't get rolled and you start seeing like no rolling higher, then you'll start to see that, that shift, right? Oh, we kind of missed it. No one's rolling over here to 660, 670 or whatever. And then you finally get your unclench over here. So there's no unclench in here yet. These guys all think we're going higher. They're on trend right here. And they're buying every fucking dip. You can see the wicks right here. Fairly easy to see a wick right there. Wicking it, buying, buying, buying. And we're staying in that trend still. That's an important fucking thing. Now, that also means can we come back down here, sweep all this stuff over here, that gap we left behind? It's possible. This is the same representation here. So you're just looking for staying on trend, and you're looking for any dips that you can catch. Anything down here, anything on trend up here. 620 would be the best for you, best case maybe. Maybe you can catch 620 down here. These are all green though now. These are all buyers stepping in. These are all buyers stepping in here. I'm just waiting for pullbacks to jump on again. You want to see the triggers here? Oh, wrong one. And there's where that trigger's coming up right here. Should see it right there. It's right in here. 6,300. A little bit of damage. Roll down. There's your candle. There's your wick. Sucked right back up again. 6,285. And we're in positive gamma here. So you're expecting dips to be bought. Leaving gaps behind is part of the game here too. You may not capture any of this. When you're in positive gamma, that half an hour trigger becomes where we buy in cash market. You see it right there? And this thing's racing higher right now. Let's just look at this right here. So let's look at what time this half hour trigger crosses tomorrow. And it crosses at 6,325. Like this one right here. Bullish. Oh, hold on here. You could even draw this better. Still on trend up here. Remember that these gray lines, the dotted lines are, there's no requirement that we go all the way down here. You're just looking for a dip to buy. This half-hour trigger could easily come up, and this line goes straight up. We could literally just continue on up here and just grind. Let's look at a 30-minute basis. Hourly is a little long in the tooth here, but that doesn't mean nothing. You want to see what that looks like right there? Okay, so that's right there. You want to see what happened? That happened. Rip. 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 See it right there? And this is from 6,100. Just rip, rip, rip. Rip, 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 rip. Rip, rip, rip. There's 6,200. That's 64 to 6,200. 64.20. Then back down again. You remember you got this big thing up here too, right? You didn't get your expanding megaphone of down here either, did you? Same thing going on right now. And what else is indicative of this? Half-hour trigger, respected, 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 respected. So you can even pull this one up right here. There's halfback trade. I'll give you the half of it. Just buy that half-hour trigger on SPX. If they even let you in, as they say, as the degens say. I don't even know how we get down there. I don't think we can get down there, but you need some really nasty Jerome. You'd need angry Jerome. You need Jerome to like come out tomorrow and tell Trump to fuck off. The only thing I can think of that could do it. The only thing I can think of that gets down there. Right here. Right about there. But you're gonna need angry Jerome. Astronomer's interim CEO says the first public comment since unexpectedly taking over the role study. He hopes to move Techstar past the viral moment. I'm not seeing anything from there that matters to the market. Dixie getting hammered. VIX 9-day rising. 3-year rate rolling down. That's all bullish. $12 o'clock. I don't even think that matters. I'm looking at it right now. That shit doesn't matter. This is still here. This still hasn't been fulfilled over here. Leave that up there. This shit's still valid. And they could gap us up into it too after the bell. Just sell that up there tomorrow. What's going on here? Why? Dude, what the fuck is going on here? Hold on.
CBO says Trump tax law will add $3.4 trillion to deficits over decade.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
2:30 in the afternoon. Half-hour trigger racing up on SPX Gamma.
NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $67.20 a barrel, down 14 cents, 0.21%.
Yeah, we're just dragging right now. We could do this overnight and sell the open too. They could pin us in here for this. They could literally pin us in here till 4 p.m. They could gap us up here overnight,
50 cents.
9 a.m., sell it down.
NYMEX gasoline August future settles at $2.13 a gallon.
Let's see if there's any other. What is that right now? 630.78.
August futures
Yeah,
settle
right
at
there's
around
one.
$3.32 a
629.78. There's another one right here. Around the half-hour trigger. A little gap down here needs closed. Four hour is still lower. Have our second 1 and 5 minute cross. Goldman on midday wrap. Quote 2021 vibes. Chasey out there. Calls are almost 70% of the total market volume. Jesus. Hasn't been this high since the 2021 meme days. It's like all just calls. Buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip. Pull it back, buy the dip again. Late 2021, I think, saw a ramp into September, then an unclench, and then blow off top in the beginning of January. And there was like a minor hiccup, I think, in the September pullback, but that's all expected shit. Like, go back and look here. Where's 2021? 2021. Where am I? There you go. Here's 2021. It's like 2021, the top was September 3rd. Actually I shouldn't say that. We had a pretty decent pullback in August 16th. And then we ramped again from August 19th all the way up into September 3rd. And then we got an actual bloodletting. And that took us back to the middle of July low. That's insane. And then what we did was we cranked. Like, we went fucking vertical. We went vertical from October 13th all the way up into November 22nd. And then we got into like that December volatility. It's volatile, but it's still resulted in a blow off in Jan 4th. It was pretty fucking wild. We went straight fucking vertical from October 13th. We went, I don't even know how much we put on there. We went from a low of 408. We traded a high. Ready for this? 445. Took every single fucking short there was. That also, though, did start the that you could theoretically say that was the start, though, of the correction too. You could actually say that the start of the correction was the mid-August roll down was the beginning of the jackknife. We still saw more highs, though. We weren't done with highs. That was the beginning. So if they're screaming that, and I think that was, the August 16th, that was the beginning of distribution. We still saw more market highs, though. That's probably a good one to look at, would be the September, or I'd look at the August 18th or August 19th low, 2021, and then look at what happened thereafter. They like took every fucking short's money. Then they rolled it. So they got everybody fucking short, like August. They got them all short in September. And then instead of looking higher for the blow off into the end of the year, they just remained short, I guess. I guess if you're Chase, if you're listening, you could short the market middle of August, but you'd have to put that short on into I don't know, a year from a year and like you have to go out like a year and a half. Fuck. And I'm looking at this ramp here, and unless you're in like a put spread, you might still get called away from that fucking one side of that goddamn thing, depending on who your broker is. I don't even know if your broker would let you stay in that trade. It would suck so bad. Broker just would be like, nah, fuck you, bro. Because I think it went up like 20%. Close to it. A little bit of weakness here. Come on down a little bit more. I'll buy that. Come on down here. Come on down. And if it takes you into the close, we'll do it. See if we can get one more like gap up overnight. We'll sell 8:30 when Jerome comes out and destroys the market. Be wary of a gap up tonight. I'm being serious. We don't have to, but like SPX has done everything it needs to do. Let's go look at this together. So SPX doesn't have to do anything in cash market anymore. It's done plenty. The reason being is that it hit 6325. I want to show you that. So here's 6325 has been hit. This is literally all that needs to be done. We can go down now, but we have not hit it in SPY. So, you know, this could be done. And what you could see is like if you overlaid SPY, one more rip higher, then a roll down, and it wouldn't affect SPX so much. So I don't know when that roll comes. Like I can't time that. There's no like requirement that we do this or not. But I would say be careful of the squeeze up overnight, and then the roll down in cash market tomorrow, or roll over. We probably sell all day long tomorrow. Come in and buy that fucking close. You can buy tomorrow or Wednesday's close too. I said Tuesday this morning in the Discord, but I think it's could be Wednesday too. We got the new high too. We don't need it. Like, we just don't need it. It's no requirement. We got to sit lower and look for another dip. So weird. That's because the 4 hour. Okay, that's what it is. The 4 hour. I was wondering when that was going to happen. I'm like, is that the 4 hour down there?
Just keeping an eye on the S&P 500, seeing some movement towards the downside here. Again, no headlines to back the movement up.
It's just the 4 hour. That's it. It's from back here. Same candle. Put any new line on that 4 hour or not? Yeah, we did. Don't buy this yet. Same one.
S&P says prices of building materials are expected to rise as a result of tariffs.
Well, so you can see it here. No, I were rolling. A little bit more down.
S&P also adds that construction market in the US is expected to be the most impacted by tariff policies and will slow throughout the latter half of 2025.
It's still there.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and
Brent crude futures settle at $69.21 a barrel, down 7 cents or 0.1%.
So this is where all the net cam is on SPY. Right here, 631. $63.20, right below, a little bit lower than we are right now on SPX. Right here. Let's check that there. $628.64. $629.78. There's one right here. $628.64. This one's garbage, I think. Done. $628.64. Yep, right here. That one's gone too. Gone. Working on the small gap now. Gap is now gone, I think. All right, now I'm getting ready to buy the dip. Not yet. Almost there. Watch that. Watch this down below here, right in here. You see it over there? I'm like sitting here trying to put on 632s for tomorrow. Those fuckers are printing. They're at 58 cents right now. They're at 64 cents. They're at 64 cents at the top. I'm just like, do. Can you make them 30 cents? But you can't because everybody owns them. Nobody's fucking selling them. I should say nobody's selling them cheap. If we plunged down here, if someone would sell them cheap, I bet. A little bit more. They're so fucking close. That's so fucking close right there. Look how goddamn close that is. You're not going to get it down naturally. Just slam it so that it goes straight back up. I have this feeling I'm going to get stuck in here until like 4:15. Like buy the close on 4:15, 4:14 or something. That's the gist I'm getting here is that I'm going to be buying like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Down at 57 cents.
Fitch Ratings says policy risks cloud U.S. credit outlook.
I can't believe these little fuckers are still 59 cents. Cut him in half. Make him 30.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm
Fitch
gonna do
ratings saying that the policy risk could policy risks cloud U.S. credit outlook. Policy risk cloud U.S. outlook. What else stuff to see here? Anything else? Fitch Ratings has lowered around 25% of 2025 U.S. sector outlooks to deteriorating in our mid-year update. Amid increased uncertainty, slowing growth, and expectations for higher for longer interest rates. Although recession risk has declined following the easing of U.S.-China trade tensions, business and consumer confidence has weakened. Fitch has raised its 2025 U.S. GDP growth forecast to 1.5% from 1.2%, but expects momentum to slow as the year progresses. The tax and spending bill passed on July 4th underscores long-term challenges facing the U.S. fiscal outlook and will pressure healthcare-related sectors. The combination of this tax bill and extension of earlier tax cuts is likely to keep general government deficits above 7% of GDP and push debt to GDP to 135% by 2029. That's not good. Medicaid spending cuts and changes to ACA marketplace eligibility will weigh on healthcare providers and insurance, while other sectors may only see modest benefit from tax changes. Funding and liquidity conditions were strained following the April tariff announcements, but have stabilized as the implementation of steepest tariffs was postponed. This is all stuff we've talked about ad nauseum. The U.S. dollar has depreciated notably in 2025, which is only going to get fucking worse with China printing money like crazy. Rating performance was broadly stable in the second quarter of 2025, with investment grade momentum weakening and sub-investment grade downgrades outpacing upgrades, driven largely by company-specific developments. Let's go. Tap it. Hit it. Hit it. Okay, we might have a turnaround coming up here real soon. Should catch a nice bounce right here. Right on this green line right here. Should bounce right on that fucking thing. $0.52, 51 cents, 50 cents. Ooh. 50 cents. Can I get 30? Give me 30. Give me 30 fucking cents. Give me 30 fucking cents. Going down more. No, more. 45 cents. 42 cents. A little bit more. I might just start adding here. 45 cents. 4 cents. 43 cents. Fill me, motherfucker. I'm starting to add down here. I couldn't wait. I'll keep adding around here. If we turn this way. I started buying right there. I started buying right on that fucking tick right there I bought. It's likely we could go down a little bit more, but I don't want to be fucking left behind. Hey, there we go. Sweet. Climb back up there, you bastard. down there trying to fucking. And you come down every time you come down here. Every fucking time you get down there and pull that shit, you hit this one too, lad. There. God, I dare you. You're so goddamn close. Just go in there and snatch them. Go down there and fuck around. Yeah, we're like right here, bro. Sorry. We're like right there. I thought I could get 30. I was like, maybe I get 30 cents. How about that fucking tick clean right there? Like right on that fucker. I didn't catch the exact bottom. It was like 44 cents or something. Maybe I might have even seen 40. That's how fucking slick these guys are. You gotta be fast. You can come back down here if you want. Come on back down here. I'll add some more. Fucking around down here. They hit me clean on SPX. You see it down here? So see it right here. I hit that fucker clean, like right there. You can actually see the tick. There could be one more if you look close here. They didn't quite hit it. There's one more down here. They only went to 63.12. And there's another thing too, which is yeah, they're like fucking right above it. Could be one more pound down, but yeah, let's suck that whole thing up. Suck that bullshit. Suck that 1 hour candle back up there. We'll check it at 63.20 and see what happens. We'll see if they roll this thing down one more time over here. Little shit turds down there. Can't tell you if this is bottom or not. We'll know if it rejects. That might have been bottom. They got more fuckery hidden. Well, not fuckery, but they could pin us down here. They missed like the tag by 10 points on SPX. It's like fucking fishing. I haven't traded open. I stayed away from it. I didn't buy. I read about it like last week. Everybody was like hammering on it. Then it just started fucking ramping. So I always shit on people and say that I'm going to short it into the ground just to piss them off. I didn't know open was dumping. That was a pure fucking degenerate trade. I watched that thing from the beginning and everybody on Wall Street Bets just harping on it for like fucking 5 straight days. So fucked up. I'm like, I'm not gonna talk about it on the show because it's such a low float. I'm like, I'm not gonna touch it. Stay the fuck away from open. Go to fucking prison for pumping open. Look at that gorgeous look at that big old red bar up there. It's just screaming, come to me. Print me in the overnight, and then we'll sell Jerome Powell in the morning. Everybody excited at 9:30 a.m. Jerome will be sucking the market off, and then we'll just dump it on their faces again. Then we'll get the big pull down. Come on. Get your ass back up there. You know that was bottom. For now. It's bottom for now. Fucking scraping pennies. Yeah, keep on going. Just go back to like 60 cents. Probably go like, I think people were stuck at 64. I think that's where people got trapped. It was like 64 cents. Print me 59 cents. There's 50. I'm getting sucked back up now. See if we can go back up there and print 630, 32 somewhere in there. Right here. Right about there. I don't want that big one there. That one for me. $324 right now. Thune just met with Trump. He said the topic of firing Feds Powell didn't come up through the president. Didn't come up. That's bullshit. Senate Majority Leader Thune just met with Trump. He said the topic of firing Feds Powell didn't come up, though the president remains frustrated with the chair on interest rates. But then Thune says the Fed renovations do require more oversight. That's bizarre. There's already oversight. So I don't know what the fuck that means. There's an inspector general for that construction. Then it says Senate Republican leader Thune on Trump asking to cancel August recess, thinking about it. We've got Levitt on right now.
For coming up with a creative solution to get aid into the region, the president wants to see peace, and he's been pretty clear about that, and our national security team continues to work on this every single day, but of course it's a very complicated situation.
Is the president over the weekend? Commerce Secretary had some pretty tough words for the Fed. It's good to see you.
Hi, Mark. You're sneaking in back there.
I know. I wish I was taller. The Commerce Secretary over the weekend had some pretty tough words for the Federal Reserve Chairman. The White House has kind of sent some mixed messages whether or not his job is safe or not. Will Powell be allowed to finish his term as Federal Reserve Chairman or not?
Look, Mark, the president talked about this and answered these questions for you pretty extensively in the Oval Office. He has no plans to fire the Fed chair, but he has been very transparent in expressing his displeasure with Jerome Powell's management of the Fed and also his policies. And the president is right, by the way. He's been saying this for a while, but finally, economists and experts are agreeing with him that Jerome Powell should cut interest rates. If you look at
No, they're not.
By every economic metric
Holy
right now,
Christ.
look at the trillions of dollars the president has brought go down. He's basically defeated it in just 6 months. If you look at the massive deregulatory campaign this administration has lost, look at the cost of goods. The cost of oil is down 20%. We've added 700,000 jobs to the economy in just 6 months. The manufacturing sector is ticking up again. By all accounts, this is a good economy. In fact, the Wall Street Journal, wherever you are, did in fact give credit for that today. They said that the economy has its swagger back, which is one way to put it. But I think that it's true. And I think that the Fed chair needs to lower interest rates. The president is right about that. And finally, people are catching up to the president on that. Brian, go ahead.
Has the president shared any additional thoughts of
privatizing the TSA? I haven't heard him talk about that, but perhaps it would be a good idea. I think we can all agree there's a little bit of bureaucracy when you move through an airport, but I'll get with the president, or perhaps you can ask him yourself next time, Brian.
Privatizing the TSA?
Updated estimates today about the big beautiful bill now that it's law. They estimate that the deficit will grow by $3.4 trillion by 2034.
There ain't shit down there. You see that? There ain't nothing down there.
I know you guys are critical of the CBO. More broadly speaking, is there any concern from the administration that this bill, now that it's law, will increase the deficit in any way or remove anyone from health insurance that they have legal citizens?
No, look, this bill was a great bill for the American people. It was the largest tax cut for middle and working class families in our nation's history. And the president wants to see this country get our fiscal house in order. That's why this was a fiscally responsible bill, one of the most fiscally conservative pieces of legislation for its size that has ever crossed through Capitol Hill. And the president wants to cut our deficit. That's why he's effectively using tariffs to bring more revenue into the United States to ultimately pay down our debt that has been created by
What the fuck is she saying right now? Did you see that doublespeak? We want to spend money, but we're going to use tariffs to cut down the deficit, but we're like, you just literally raised the fucking deficit.
Look, I can tell you the trade team and the president himself continue to be very engaged with countries around the world when it comes to our trade agreements. You have the president of the Philippines who will be visiting the White House tomorrow. Perhaps this will be a topic of discussion. You will all see for yourselves in the Oval Office, as you always do. But the August 1st deadline is just really the start date for when the United States of America will begin collecting this revenue from all of the countries around the world who the president has sent these letters to. You could see some more letters before August 1st, John. You could have some more trade announcements as well. I can tell you the president, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Commerce, Ambassador Greer all continue to be in constant communication with our trading partners. Yes, sure.
Thank you. How did you see the tariff negotiations with South Korea being fundamentally different?
She just, like, Fitch just told her to eat a bag of dicks like 2 minutes ago.
On the status of the South Korean trade talks for you.
Does President Trump still believe
Who is visiting?
Tom Barak.
Okay.
Special envoy Tom Barak is visiting Lebanon regarding disarming Hezbollah. Does President Trump still believe diplomacy can work with Lebanon while Hezbollah keeps it?
I mean, nobody discounts that money's not coming in from tariffs, but that is a drop in the fucking bucket with the fucking debt ceiling and the deficit.
His priorities for Iran. He obliterated their nuclear capability, and I understand that the administration continues to be open to talks with Iran if we deem them necessary. As for Tom Barak's trip, I know the president supports him and he's doing a great job in Syria.
Don't be fooled here, by the way, if you're out here watching the show right now. This is not bearish. This is accumulation going on. I'm warning you. This is all accumulation right here. So if you're like feeling bearish right now, you're like not feeling bullish, I'm telling you right now, this is accumulation to go up, trade 433, 432 and a half, 433. Just a warning to you if you're out there watching the show right now. None of this is bearish here. This is buy the dip.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
She didn't give much in this conversation. She seemed nicer than she normally does. She was pretty good on this. She was pretty good in this presser in terms of like anger and freaking out and all that kind of stuff. I'm looking for any kind of hot mic stuff. I always like the hot mic. Sometimes one of these dipshits will say something stupid like, "Oh, did you hear about the new TikTok deal?" Who is this guy? He's Washington Post. Look at him. He's like, nobody turned the camera off. Nobody turned the mic off. Well, he turned it off that time. So Levitt, just to surmise what she talked about, she said Trump has no plans to fire Powell. Powell needs to lower interest rates. She also said that everybody wants rates cut. The whole world wants rates cut. Levitt saying we're not concerned about deficit due to tax cut bill. Trump continues to engage over trade agreements. You could see more tariff letters before August 1st, although someone else came out and said they don't matter. I think that was Besant. Levitt goes on to say Trump admin remains open to talks with Iran. That was it. That was pretty much a nothing burger from Levitt. So not much here. We do have like some posturing over Trump, some posturing from Trump over Powell tomorrow in his speech. My thought is that we're going to trade 5 or 633 on the open tomorrow and then roll it on Powell commentary. Maybe we can make that sweep lower and close that gap. Maybe. It would take something like that. The only thing I can see that would force that lower trade is maybe a delayed reaction from Fitch. It could be assigned to it, but it's not why. Powell can move the markets to the downside tomorrow. Even just him speaking, he's going to get asked questions. He doesn't like rocking the boat, but you know they're going to ask. And you might even get offhanded commentary from, like whoever the host is or something like that. But that's the only reason I could see where pricing and volatility with Jerome. That's it. That's all I got for tomorrow. As far as reports after the bell today, we've got Intuitive Surgical, ENPH reports after the bell. What else we got here? Intuitive Surgical, ENPH, Enphase, Matador, Capital One, Texas Instruments, Range, Karoo, CoStar Group, and EQT. In the morning, we get GE, Vernova, we get FCX, which is Freeport Moran. It's a big winky trade. ATT, Amphenol, Thermo Fisher, Pfizer of General Dynamics, Mr. Cooper, Hasbro, NextEra Energy. The big report tomorrow, of course, is going to be Tesla, Alphabet, ServiceNow, IBM, Chipotle, QuantumScape to some extent. That's pretty big slate for Wednesday. It'd be better if we my thought here would be better if we trade this 532, then sweep a leg lower. Maybe there is no 532. You get the next leg in the morning, and then we're up. Jerome adds that little bit of volatility into the morning. Kind of murders the call chain too. Preliminary expectations way is higher. We'll let Jerome do the dirty work tomorrow to send it lower, I think. You know, I don't think you're not getting a rate cut tomorrow, so the only question would be if Jerome were to do anything negatory, but he doesn't do that stuff. When he does that stuff, he does it usually in an FOMC. It's not showing any support here. You see it? There's no support here. It's like a chasm. There ain't shit up there right now. And nothing holding this up. Not a thing. It's sitting on the edge here. That's kind of it. They love slamming that, they love slamming that half-hour trigger. Sometimes we wick down below it. Should be right down here. 6,300. Still holding R1 right now. No, yeah, I have done the hot mic trade. I have. I'll listen into. I don't do it anymore, but I used to listen into. I used to listen to CNBC a lot, and I had to like get away from it because there was such pollution. It impacted my trading negatively. But I would listen to. I would have them on because I would get hot mics. Between reporters, and if there was like a reporter on the street or something, they would not know if they can or can't talk about certain things. But sometimes you can get trades from hot mics. Yeah, definitely. The cost benefit though is brutal. Because the rest of what they say on that channel, I think, is fucking dog shit. Sorry. CNBC to me is fucking dog shit. It might be the worst of the worst. Let's see if this holds up. There ain't shit down there. You want to party? Party below right here. SPY's got a little bit more on its hour, but the SPX is what I'm watching here. A little bit more party down. You can see it right here. Still a little bit more. It's at 630129. But I don't think you can get there without, I mean, the only way I can see us getting there would be some Jerome volatility. That's the only thing I could assign it to. Fitch is spot on. They're not lying. There's no politics in that press release from Fitch today. The real reasons why Fitch knows that he can't cut. He can't. If you see a Jerome Powell cut, that's political. It's got to be. If you saw like they've floated that 25 BPS. If you saw it, I would say it's that it's definitely political. It's the only way that I see a cut right now. I don't see any cut. And I think and I could see the 25 basis point cut. as a like throw me a bone or something, but that's not what they're asking for. They're not asking for one cut for 25 BPS. They're asking for like, let's start cutting like one at a time. Bam, one, bam, two, bam, three, bam, four. Or not four, 3.5 or 3.75 or something like that to get us at one. But I don't think we're there yet. Not at an all-time high. Be out of your fucking mind to do that shit. Still pounding away right now. Now hitting the half-hour trigger. Next one is right here. And there's like an elevator to the downside. Goes right all the way down, right down here. Or I should say elevator shaft. One hour still holding.
Less than a minute to go now until we expect the market on close imbalance data.
More.
Iranian Foreign Minister telling Fox News says that we cannot give up enrichment. Ten seconds. Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 sell side 460 million, Nasdaq 100 buy side 165 million, Dow 30 sell side 399 million, and Mag 7 buy side 68.9 million.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase.
There you go.
And save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. It was as big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
Sorry, I just keep adding here. More.
Canada's LeBlanc is to be in Washington this week for trade discussions. So Canada's Prime Minister Carney makes a statement on meeting with US senators.
I got enough. I'm not adding anymore. I'm done. That's all I got. I was going to add some more, but I ain't fucking adding anymore. I'm done. I'm already fucking into this for too much money. All right, that's all I've got. I'll see you all tomorrow at 8:30 or 9:30 in the morning. I'm long here. I've been adding I started adding back here. I added over here. And I was gonna add again, but I ain't adding shit. I'm done. If we make any more legs down, I'm afraid I'm thinking about Powell tomorrow. I'm no more fucking adding unless Powell sends us lower. So I'm done.